Reverend Canon Dr. Anthony Kane, Dean of Portsmouth, who will be saying prayers. Thank you very much, Dean.
No, that's that one. They don't let us do it.
I could move to that one.
You moved. Yeah, I've moved.
Oh. Right, okay. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Let us pray. God of peace, justice and mercy, we pray at this time for all who work for peace and for the avoidance or ending of conflict. Give peace to Ukraine, peace among all nations, peace in our homes and communities, and peace in our hearts. And in our City Council meeting today, we ask for wisdom in debate and decision, and a deep sense of the welfare and needs of the people we serve, that we may discern the best ways to enable this city to flourish and to thrive. And in all things, may heaven's light be our guide. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dean. You are most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I certainly will understand if you have to leave. Members, I just want to... Oh, please be seated. I just want to draw your attention to the COVID guidance on the windows, including the Guildhall's requirement to face coverings are to be worn when moving around within the Guildhall. Also, the Director of Public Health has advised us that in accordance with the Council's risk assessment, she would like to encourage all of us councillors to wear a face mask covering when seated in the Council chamber and not addressing the meeting. This is to protect ourselves, our colleagues and the high rate of COVID-19 transmission in our communities and the Omicron variant in the UK. The Director of Public Health has also informed us that the Chief Medical Officer is advising people to continue to follow the hands, face, space guidance when meeting people inside to protect from COVID-19 and other winter viruses that are currently circulating. So just a gentle reminder that in order to reduce having to self-isolate, we shall all follow these measures throughout the meeting, even during comfort breaks. Therefore, she would also encourage all of us to socially distance at the meeting, not only arrival, but when moving around and leaving the room. Finally, in compliance with the risk assessment to maximise ventilation in the chamber, some of the large casement windows, as you can see, will remain open for the duration of the meeting and pedestal fans will be kept on. However, we do have heating as well. Filming of council proceedings with regard to members of the public attending to make deputations to the council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but we will hear their words. For the intention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the council rules prohibit the filming, photography or recording of members of the public, including those making deputations. Evacuation procedures. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble in front of Queen Victoria statue in the Guildhall Square. There is a microphone system in use. Just to remind members wishing to speak, you simply press the talk button on the unit in front of you, or I will activate your microphone when I call you to speak. I will also turn off your microphone. Now, moving to item 1 of this extraordinary council meeting. Are there any declarations of interest? Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate?
That's just for this extraordinary meeting. Thank you, Lord Mayor. As colleagues know, my husband has been having chemo and therefore doesn't have very much immune system at the moment. So with colleagues' permission, This is the biggest number of people I have been with for a long time, and this may be a very long meeting. At times, my Lord Mayor, I hope it's all right, I will go and sit at the back near a fan to try to minimise my risk of catching anything, and therefore minimising the risk of giving something to my husband. I've told John I married him for his pension, not his will, and we prefer to keep him alive.
Thank you. Are there any disclosure of interests from any member, please? Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a personal interest in that I'm a member of and work for a trade union that has members that may be impacted by some of the issues before us today.
Thank you. Any others? Thank you all. We've got the communications. Apologies. Councillor Vasakali is attending another meeting on council business and will be arriving a little later. Councillor Coles will also be slightly delayed in arriving.
Matthew Atkins be arriving shortly. He's running a bit late.
Thank you, Councillor Bowser.
There are no deputations for this extraordinary meeting.
Item 4 is freedom of the city, transfer of honorary grant to reflect subsumed changes in the Royal Naval structure. Members, as you know, this extraordinary meeting is to consider a proposal to transfer an honorary freedom of the city grant to reflect subsumed changes in the Royal Naval structure, which, as previously notified, has been updated since the agenda was published and is now Portsmouth Naval Base and Portsmouth Ships. I call upon the council leader, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to formally propose.
Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to propose this. We gave the freedom of the city to the Portsmouth Command of the Royal Navy in 1964. Quite a few members here will remember that. Some of us don't. But the problem we had is it doesn't appear that the Royal Navy have ever exercised their right to march through the city with bayonets drawn and colours flying before this year. And the slight problem is that the Portsmouth Command of the Royal Navy has been abolished. So when they asked to exercise their freedom, they couldn't, because technically they didn't have it anymore, because the thing that had been awarded the freedom of the city didn't exist. So having to update it and transfer the freedom of the city, I'm very grateful to the support of all the group leaders in doing this to make sure that we are up to date, and we've tried to make sure that the amended wording does reflect the fact that the Navy does change its structures really quite frequently, to try to make sure that we don't have this problem in the future. So, my Lord, I'm sure everybody would want to be supporting having the freedom of the city for the Royal Navy and the ships based here in Portsmouth. And I'm happy to propose it, and I look forward to my colleagues from the Conservative, Labour and PPP groups supporting this as well. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Bowser to formally second.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Interesting words, Leader. It depends when in 1964 as to whether I actually remember it or not, to be quite honest. But as Portsmouth is the home of the Royal Navy and is recognised as such, it's quite correct that we have this before us to actually right a wrong, so that the Royal Navy can indeed walk through the streets with fixed bayonets and with colours flying. Thank you. Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bowser. Councillor Fielding, as Labour Group Leader, can you confirm your support?
Yes, I confirm my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I now call upon Councillor Udy as the Progressive Portsmouth People Group Leader to confirm your support.
My support, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. The matter is now before members to debate if the council wishes. Thank you. If there are no speakers, I will ask the proposer to sum up.
Happy to do that formally.
I'll put that motion to the vote, which needs in this instant to just be approved by a simple majority. Those in favour, please show. Any against?
Unanimous, Lord Mayor.
That's unanimous. Thank you, members. The resolution is passed. Members, that concludes the extraordinary council meeting. As it is past 2:05, I'm now able formally to open the ordinary meeting of the council and begin with, again, declarations of interest.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to declare an interest. I'm in paid employment for Trade Union Unison. There's nothing on the agenda that precludes me from the budget, but just to give, I've got a personal interest in that.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Corkery.
Councillor Corkery.
Yep, just for completeness, I obviously got a bit ahead of myself earlier, but again, I have a personal interest in that I work for and I'm a member of a trade union.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. It was noted you were very keen. Is it proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Bosher that the minutes of the extraordinary and ordinary council meetings held on the 7th December 2021 previously circulated will be confirmed as correct records? Are the minutes agreed? Again, I have to say, apologies, Councillor Fazackerley is currently attending another meeting on council business and will be arriving a little later. Councillor Coles will also be slightly delayed in arriving, and apparently Councillor Atkins will be the same. Oh, welcome, Councillor Atkins. Any interest before you sit down, as you sit down? Thank you. And on a brighter note, congratulations to Hannah and Ryan Brent on their recent wedding. Our best wishes to you both.
Deputations for the public understanding, Order 24. There are two deputations for this ordinary meeting. Details have been circulated on the green sheet. Can I now ask Mr. Steve Bonner, Chair of the Portsmouth Pensions Association, to make your deputation on item 7. You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you, Mr. Bonner.
Thank you, Lord Mayor and Councillors. I say I get 6 minutes. I'll take just 4 of them. Thank you. May I begin by thanking those of you who voted to support increases in the spending on social care and on plans to update the document to make Portsmouth an age-friendly city. Now on to the other part of the business. Members of the Portsmouth Pensions Association are concerned that £300,000 is being saved on this budget. Is this cuts by another name? Taking, if that's the case, total cuts since 2011 to a total of £20 million from the social care budget. And we were under the impression that the age of austerity was over. We're also concerned that the 1% passported from council tax is facilitating the council in making such a cut. Surely this was voted through to ensure that the budget was expanded rather than cut. The loss of 2 of the benefit officers is another worry. Both Age UK and Citizens Advice estimate that there are 4,500 plus pensioners in Portsmouth who are entitled to claim pension credit but don't do so. The savings of cutting 2 officers makes little sense to us, particularly when punishing rises in energy costs are hitting both pensioners and the low paid. More surely should be done to promote the uptake of pension credit. Resources should be used to discover what is putting off those entitled to claim. Perhaps they feel there's a stigma attached to it. Many elderly are proud and don't want to be labelled social security scroungers, and those claiming would also be entitled to free TV licence after their 75th birthday. So if they don't claim, they must also find an extra £157 plus for a TV licence from an already inadequate pension. It's that or go without. It's another aid to well-being lost. The Council clearly recognised that the retail price index, currently at 7.5%, and the consumer price index at 4.5% will already have nullified any pension increase this year. Therefore, the PPA wishes to warn against any underspend in the social care budget, with such savings being transferred to the capital budget, such as we have seen under previous administrations. We also question the 67.8 million allocated to capital investment, when many other budgets are overstretched, although clearly there are priorities that we would support, such as new and environmentally cleaner refuse vehicles, improvement in the transport infrastructure, and investment in leisure and community facilities. And while on that point, I should also say that the decline of swimming facilities in the south area, the good health and well-being of many seniors being compromised by the lack of free swimming in Portsmouth. There's the loss of our Eastney swimming pool, the university pool being months behind schedule, but there is a promise of a Bransbury Park pool, but I suspect some years into the future. We would therefore encourage our councillors to look sympathetically at the situation I've described. Pension is not a species apart. Everyone in these chambers, hopefully, is heading in that direction. And making Portsmouth an age-friendly city will eventually benefit us all. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Can I now ask Mr. Charles Burns to make your deputation on item 9? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you, Mr. Burns.
My Lord Mayor, councillors, I want to talk about the report that's in front of you for the international port. First of all, as a council tax and business rate payer in the city, then I think the management and staff of the ferry port need to be congratulated on continually deliver something that's very important for the city. It's good for employment, good for our income, and good for the prestige of the city. It's good to see that that there is a green plan in front of you. My concern is that a 20-year plan is fine, that's what you need for business, but there doesn't seem to be any provision in this for review. And I'd like to suggest that somewhere written into the plan is a need for, say, a 5-year review. 5-year because logistics are a constantly changing field. Automation, but the logistics have always been to have various forms of automation, but there's great changes in how things will be done in the future. Thinking about the council structure of having 3 elections 3 years out of 4, then over a 5-year period there will be a churn of councillors, and therefore a good chance for councillors to review what the city of the international port is doing, and for public review as well. It's a green plan, and at one point it mentions paragraph 3.3 there's mention of a roadmap. Roadmap term, phrase, yes, but real concern that there's no mention in the plan at all about rail. The international port, well, continental ferry port as it was, with Jerry Clark between delivering banana boats to the city, spent a great deal of time getting European money for the freight siding at Fratton. Freight siding's still there, remarkably, because Network Rail over the last couple of years have done quite a lot of changing in the Fratton yard to facilitate more passenger rolling stock, but they have maintained the freight siding there in the hopes, possibility that sometime in the future there could be rail freight again. Rail freight will never be a major contributor to the continental port, and there would be a problem about trucking stuff across the city in any case, but not really very much different than the proposal to truck stuff out of the city into the site that the city is planning to buy as a storage holding. So really somewhere in that report should be a reference to rail, so that if and when at 5-yearly reviews this can be considered again. Wearing a slightly different, or wearing a different hat, before the Federation of Small Businesses restructured, then I was a secretary of the Portsmouth and South East Hants branch and had regular dealings with members of other Hampshire branches and the Isle of Wight. And over the years we have, and especially with the CAZ coming along, then the small business owners, especially white van owners, have been particularly concerned about the CAZ. At the moment it doesn't include the white vans, but there's always a possibility the government will require the city to change what it does and the vehicles that it brings into the CAZ. And therefore part of our concern is that there should be some sailings to the Isle of Wight from the international port. Whitelink occasionally use that, and it's good that the report mentions the possibility in paragraph 5 that provision for possible electric ferries for the Isle of Wight in the future. That's fine, but there needs to be a nearer time review of the possibility of transferring at least some of the Whitelink sailings to the international port, and certainly within a 10-year frame, by which time Whitelink will have had time to amortise their investment in the decking at Gunwharf. Really should be serious thought about moving the Whitelink terminal there. Looking back to when the ferry port was first created, and all those inspirational councillors who won that trade from the Isle of Wight and had our first ro-ro in Portsmouth. Then one of those was Dr. James, who was a councillor for 9 years. And at the time that the then Continental Port put in for the link road to the M275 spur road, which was the first link to a spur road in the country when they got permission to do that. Then Roger James mentioned then that really the city should be looking for transferring Whitelink to eventually to the international port. The Portsmouth Society has campaigned for that ever since. The City Growth Transport Subgroup in, I think it was 2004, recommended that, and a number of other organisations have done so as well. I know and understand the objections or the concern or the fear of fronting up Whitelink about moving, but it really is something that needs to be done. It needs to be done within the time of this 20-year time span. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Can I please now ask those who've made deputations to retire to the above gallery if you wish to watch the remaining proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you to the deputies. That brings us to the end of deputations for this meeting. Item 5, appointments. I have not been notified of any for today's meeting. Item 6, urgent business. I have not been notified of any urgent business for this meeting. As discussed with the group leaders, I propose to vary the order of the agenda, so we will now deal with item 9, Portsmouth International Port, before moving on to the budget item. Is that agreed? Thank you. Recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 14th of February on the Port Master Plan. Before we start the formal proceedings with this item, I have been notified that Mike Sellers, the Port Director, wishes to give the Council a short presentation on this issue as provided for under standard orders. Mr. Sellers, over to you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, members, for allowing me to give you a presentation, very high-level view of the 20-year Port Master Plan. Positivity is on the horizon. We have spent quite some time, probably in the 30 years I worked in the port industry, dealing with once-in-a-generation changes around Brexit, the pandemic, and also supply chain issues. We commissioned Royal Haskonin, who are master plan consultants, to work on the Port Master Plan for us to look at the next 20 years. So this is a business plan, a development plan that is very much aligned to the city's objectives, but also our main stakeholders and our main customers. We've had extensive stakeholder engagement with our customers, with the Department for Transport, with members, with PCC officers, and it also incorporates free port status as well, because Portsmouth International Port will be part of the Solent Free Port. There are 4 themes in the master plan. Environment and sustainability is very much a green master plan in terms of the future of the port, society and economy, resilience and security, innovation and technology. So starting with resilience and security, which is probably our biggest objective in terms of the short term, which is around freight and the movement of freight, and those changes certainly post-Brexit. In the first 12 to 24 months of the plan, we have identified and are in advanced discussions with a facility outside of the city and outside of the port that will be used to provide what we call pre-gate facilities. So all the booking, the checking of the freight, the parking of lorry drivers will be away from the port, away from the city, which will reduce any potential congestion on the road network. There is a move towards what we call unaccompanied freight, unaccompanied trailers and containers from drivers travelling with that freight, certainly post-Brexit. But with that comes a need for more parking facilities for freight. In terms of innovation and technology within the master plan, once we've established the out-of-town facility in the pre-gate, we will look towards technology, automation around our freight gates, around passenger booking facilities. We are now what we call inventory linked for HMRC, for customs and for border force, for all of those changes and the way that documentation will be checked at the end of the current border operating model in July this year. As freight starts to increase within the master plan, there are changes to Rudmore Square Junction to manage the port flow of traffic, and again to avoid any impact on the city in the M275, and very much within the objectives around cruise and the cruise facilities at the port. We're not proposing to increase parking at the port, but we have fed into the objectives around the park and ride and the expansion at the park and ride. And then beyond that, 5 years, further upgrades around Whale Island Way, again to ease the traffic, the MOD traffic, as well as the port traffic around Whale Island Way. I mentioned it's very much around sustainability, but also travel, ferry and cruise travel. Within the next 12 months, thanks to the Levelling Up Fund, the port will be expanding our terminal facilities, and that will increase passengers and provide cruise facilities such as baggage halls, the sort of thing that cruise passengers would expect at ports, certainly at cruise ports. Beyond that, within the next 5 years, we're looking to expand our cruise berth even further so that we can comfortably cater for ships of up to 300 metres, and that's very much around the boutique and expedition cruise turnarounds, and to attract what we call transit calls, which is the tourist calls and bringing people into the city and spending money in the city. We'll have an overhead walkway. We will be, and we are in discussions around a potential electric ferry terminal and a ferry service. And each of those berths will be provided with shore power for them to plug in when they're alongside. And finally, we'll be redeveloping the passenger border bridge for the ferry passengers, for the cross-channel ferry passengers, with Brittany Ferries introducing hybrid ferries, which will be purely electric as they come into the harbour, and they will be arriving in 2025. The Port Master Plan also strengthens the Portico business plan and the lift-on, lift-off operations, especially around that shift towards containerisation, expanding on facilities to cater for a range of cargoes. Portico is no longer just a fresh produce port, fresh produce operator, and it handles project cargoes, general cargoes, containers, and a number of different products. We fed this into the local plan and the local plan consultation to ensure that areas adjacent to the ports are maintained as employment land to allow for any future expansion of the port operations, and to make us an agile port to support short sea services. It isn't in the presentation, and it isn't in the paper, because that was just the high level, but I can confirm that Fratton is within the business plan. It is listed within there, but currently there isn't a business case for that strategic rail development, but we are very keen to explore that within the life of the master plan. And after 5 years, we're looking at the upgrade of the berths and the water around Flathouse Quay and Albert Johnson Quay. We've been very successful in the what I describe as the low-hanging fruit in terms of sustainability. All the investments that's been put in landside have very much been around sustainability. We're working with the City Council's energy team to put in solar and battery storage, so that by the end of this year, 3/4 of our energy landside operations will come from a renewable source. The next challenge for us and for all ports is around that future of shipping and the green transition towards shipping. And our master plan is focused around hydrogen, small-scale hydrogen project, LNG, liquid nitrogen gas, with the first LNG ferry arriving in March next year, but also shore power and providing power for the electric ferries, the hybrid ferries, and also for cruise ships. In fact, by the time people are going on holiday this year, they'll be driving their cars through solar carports that will be providing power for us, but also a shed so that cars can turn off their engines so they don't have to emit any pollution whilst they're using their air conditioning. So what does that mean to Portsmouth and the City of Portsmouth? We're proposing an investment of over 90 million in the life of the master plan. But that will return significant benefits to the city. The first figures that you can see are the economic impact that the port has currently on the city, and also the number of local jobs that it supports. It's very much front-loaded as a master plan. There's lots of developments within the first 10 years, and within those 10 years that economic impact will increase to 357 million, so almost doubling, and 4,554 jobs. And beyond that, within the life of the master plan, we're predicting a further increase in GVA of 387 million and just short of 5,000 local jobs. And this is also about development of our staff and the future for our staff, and for future port leaders. So we're supporting school trips, we're working with the university, we're collaborating with the colleges around careers within maritime at Portsmouth International Port, and have been very active and will continue to be active in terms of promoting that diversity within maritime. So we are making space for a sustainable, diverse future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. That brings us to the end of the presentation session. Members, we have a notings endorsing recommendation from the Cabinet meeting on the 14th of February concerning the Port Master Plan, which has previously been circulated. I now propose to call the minutes. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made would deem to have been approved. I call minute 19, Port Master Plan. Councillor Rowan Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by putting on record my thanks to Mike Sellers and the team at the port. I think of them as the new team, but the new team has been around now for several years. I think Mike says 2 years he's been with us, but it might seem longer. But I think he's the team that Mike's brought with him and has embedded in the port has made an enormous difference. And my thanks to everybody involved in the port. I've been here at the council for coming on 20 years now, and we had a view that the port was going really, really well. And yet when Mike and his team have come here, shown us how much better we could be doing, and I'm incredibly grateful for that work. I think we must be clear about how important this port is to us. Not only does it create jobs, and we've seen the number of jobs that not only is there now, but the number of jobs, the extra 2,000 jobs that will be created over the next 10 years. It creates wealth in the city, but it also returns a dividend to the shareholders, and those shareholders are the people of this city. The profits that come from the port come into the City Council and mean that we're able to protect services and keep our council tax lower than Southampton's. So, my Lord Mayor, I endorse the plan entirely. I think it is absolutely clear that we need to diversify what we do. We have relied in the past on Brittany ferries and on the fruit trade. I think it's really important that we're now looking to widen that, so that we're looking at the cruise industry, but also diversifying in Portico to aggregates, to grain and to wind turbine blades. But the thing I think that is, for me, the most satisfying is that we're doing this making sure that our environmental credentials will be stronger than any other port in the country. We aim to be the first carbon neutral port in the whole of the UK. And that's a really good thing for us to be working to. So, colleagues, I endorse entirely the plan. I think it's really excellent. I repeat my thanks to Mike and all the people who work at the port, and I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Rowan Jackson. Is there a seconder, actually, if you will move?
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The matter is now before members to debate, and therefore I call on Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm a representative on the Port Advisory Board, and I'm tremendously proud to be there. I have huge admiration for the way that the port has been developing of late, but I have got, as Mike and others will know, some really serious concerns. I believe the launch is going to be of this will be later on. I'm intending to come, and I hope at the Port Advisory Board we have more figures to look at. Considering you employed somebody else to get this master plan done, I'm surprised it's so short on numbers and graphs. But I hope that will be put right in the public arena later on. That's the first point. The second point is that I can see all sorts of things about the green agenda, and I indeed would be very much giving you credit for having got the consumption of fuel at the port down to one of the lowest in the country in a port setting. But there's not enough specific mention of shore power, which Mike Sellers and others know I'm totally passionate about. We must stop the air pollution that comes from some of these large cruise liners. There's a huge number of people in the city who are concerned about that, and who don't see or understand some of the economic and other benefits coming from the port. And I think it's a compromise that people who know my interventions on the Port Advisory Board will know that I'm not going to keep quiet about while I'm still on the board. I understand the technical difficulties, I understand the expense, but I hope that we could have an ambition to be the first port in the country to have substantial onshore power, not just a focus on LPG and hydrogen, but substantial onshore power, and I would like to have seen that strengthened in here. The third thing is that I understand that the security contract that is being looked at now is being considered for outsourcing, not insourcing, and I would like that to be looked at as well. The port itself is insourced, and I think it would make much more sense if we had an insourced contract for the security control, which I understand is worth about £1 million. You know, some of these private security firms make a lot of money, and they make money out of profit and out of risk that actually probably could be managed if we insourced the service. They price for maximum risk, whereas very often it's easier to do that from an in-house perspective, and also then encourage training and also make sure that they are remunerated properly. So those four concerns remain things that on behalf of people in the city and speaking for my group here, that I will keep asking questions about, I will keep pushing, and I would put the inshore power at the port, because I admire the fact we are a public-owned port, and I admire the management of that very, very strongly, very high on my agenda. I think Mike Sellers knows that I'm not going to keep quiet about this one, and they're doing so many other good things that I think it would be great if we could be the first place in the country to have onshore power. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. Councillor Bosa, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My apologies, Mike. It's a quirk of council that you have to oppose something to speak to it, which doesn't necessarily mean you oppose what the item is. But this was one of those item agendas, and I think the leader will probably agree with me, that needed a visual show and a verbal show of support rather than just a nod through, because of what it actually is and what it's looking to develop. And I think instantly I hear what Councillor Smythe is saying, but I think with respect, Councillor Smythe, from my engagement with Mike and his team, I think you're pushing at an open door, to be quite frank with you, in what they're looking to achieve. The report, if people have chosen to read it, and the good thing is the legal implications. It actually says there is no statutory duty upon the council to produce a port master plan. That it is here, and again apologies Mike, I asked if you could come and give a presentation, because I think it's important that every member of the City Council understands how exciting and the enormity of this project that we have before us, rather than just nod through a black and white report and then move on. I think it is right that people actually understand the figures. But that the legal implications actually say that, and that you and the team are here giving a presentation, I think speaks volumes for you and the team at the port. And I've been here marginally longer than Councillor Vernon Jackson, and when it came down to the international port, it was generally two things. It was sort of always there, and we did a little bit of investing in it and did a little bit of improvements here and there. But it's probably rather apt that you're at this meeting, because the only time the international port ever really started to become front and centre of people's thinking was when we got to budget time. And it was usually around how much money is the port going to give to us to be able to spend on the general communities that we actually have in the city. And I think what this master plan is showing, certainly to members here today and hopefully to the wider community, is that the port is integral to the economic success of this city. And I think the figures that you actually have displayed here actually demonstrate that, and I think we've got exciting times ahead, particularly when we look at the Solent Freeport and what that could actually benefit. So I think what we're looking at is investment in the port coupled with the Solent Freeport that could give our city and our region a very exciting future. And the fact that we have got things like a green agenda, a carbon neutral aim, and issues around that and innovation and technology demonstrates to me that I think that not only are we looking at the economic vibrancy of the city, but we're also looking at it in the right way, in that that's how we want to go forward and that's how we address it. So from my view, and I'd like to think the group behind me's view, they can sack me in the morning, is that we should be getting behind this. I know there's no scrutiny behind it, but certainly the enthusiasm of Mike and his wider team. I don't think, Councillor Smythe, they're going to get this nodded through and then disappear off into the distance. They are going to be giving us updates. They are going to be bringing forward where their plans are, because quite clearly they are going to want to shout about it, and I'm sure there are 42 members here that are going to want to shout about it too. So I'm with the leader, fully support the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowser. Councillor Robwood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't have opportunity as the former Lord Mayor to go and visit the port, and I absolutely wanted to, because I think that you as part of the port have shown great leadership in terms of turning our port into something international. I can see this from a motive point of view because I have a ringside seat to watch all the craft coming in and out of the port, and not only the big carriers coming in, but the excitement generated by all those cruise ships coming in sort of really profile it. And I just wanted to say congratulations. And recently, as ward councillors in St Thomas, we were taken around the Canberra by one of your team who showed the ambition about wanting to find funding for those PowerPoints that you said on the quayside there. So we know that's on your agenda, and you know, I entirely agree that this is something important. I'm sure if we give you the funding, you're going to invest it wisely and just grow the port. So I really want to say congratulations historically, because I wasn't able to get there to say that at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. I now call upon the proposer to sum up.
Lord Mayor, I'm grateful for people's comments from around the chamber. I think Charles Burns has a really good point, that we don't always take everybody on the journey with us around the port. We have established the Port Advisory Board to try to make sure that we spread knowledge across all parties. But I think there is an argument for saying that maybe we should do an annual report to full council about what's been going on at the port, so that people are able across the council to know and understand what is happening. It is the port that is owned by the people of this city. They've invested in it over the years and they get the benefit. But I actually think we need to maybe sing a little bit louder about the great things that have happened there, and maybe an annual report may be a useful way forward. So my Lord Mayor, I'm grateful for the comments. I'm really pleased that we will be seeing cruise ships coming in, I'm not sure it's this year or next year, and plugging into shore power to be able to power them. So we're going to be doing it really soon. And I'm really grateful for the work that Mike and Mike Sellers and all the team have done. So I think we're leading the country, and that's a great place to be. So my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to commend the report to everybody.
Members, we will now go to the votes.
All those in favour?
All those in favour, please show.
Any against, Lord Mayor?
Any against?
Unanimous, Lord Mayor.
Unanimous, as carried. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Port Director and feel free to leave at any time you like. Agenda item 7, to receive and consider the budget, council tax, medium-term financial forecast and capital programme recommendations of the Cabinet from its meetings held on 8th of February 2022. Members, as previously circulated and recirculated in the Chamber today, are the recommendations of the Cabinet which met on the 8th of February. The budget report was also previously circulated. 1. Further to the letter of the 7th of February on the procedure for dealing with the budget debate, I will deal with the Cabinet's recommendations by calling out the minute number, pausing for any member subjections. You will be aware that there is just one report dealing with both the budget and the capital programme. Minute 14, Portsmouth City Council budget and council tax 2022-23 and medium-term budget forecast and the capital programme. Thank you.
Page 13.
As objections have been raised, the Leader of the Council, Councillor Vernon Jackson, will need to move his Cabinet's recommendations on the budget and council tax and the capital programme. Just to remind members, the speaking limit does not apply to group leaders on these budget items. Leader, I now call on you to move the Cabinet's recommendations with a seconder.
I'm happy to propose. I think Councillor Susie Horton will be seconding.
Happy to second, Lord Mayor.
And reserve your right to speak.
Thank you. Call on the Leader of the Opposition. Oh,
No, I haven't done my speech yet, Lord Mayor.
oh haven't you? Well, we know what you're going to say, don't we?
You've been...
I know, sorry, Councillor Horton. I just thought for a minute. Anyway, carry on.
My Lord Mayor, this is the highlight of your year. My Lord Mayor, it's my pleasure to move the City Council budget for 2022-23 financial year and the recommendations from the Cabinet in both revenue and capital budgets. This budget is founded on 4 key principles. It's ambitious for our city, it's strategic and long-term in nature, follows a financially prudent model, and responds to the stated needs of local residents. Colleagues, we've just seen the Port Master Plan, and no one can be in any doubt that this City Council has high ambitions for the future. We're ambitious not only to become a major cruise destination, but also to be the first carbon-neutral port in the country. We're ambitious to address the need for decent housing for local families at rents they can afford. Unlike almost any other council in the country, we're not only building council housing, but buying former council flats back. So far, we bought back around 295 flats. That means 295 families who could have been stuck in expensive bed and breakfast provision or who were on the council house waiting list now have somewhere decent to live at a rent they can afford. We're ambitious to address the climate emergency. Over the last few years, since the Lib Dems came back into administration, we've found over £51 million for greening projects in our budgets. This year we will do more. We will be only the second council in Hampshire to offer food waste recycling to all households in the city. This will save over 5,500 tonnes of food waste going to the incinerator and instead go for recycling. This will increase our recycling by around a quarter. No Conservative or Labour-led council in Hampshire has done this. But we're ambitious to go even further. Our plans for an anaerobic digester continue to make progress, and we've had really positive feedback from the planning consultants about our chances of achieving this. Our ambition is to be the first council in Hampshire to have a facility like this. But our ambition goes even further, and next month we will be the first council anywhere in the southeast of England to put forward a carbon budget to the City Council. Our ambition doesn't rest even here. Having built cedar fences to protect homes and businesses from Hillsea around the city north to Milton, we are building cedar fences to protect homes and businesses from Eastney and across our low-lying areas of Southsea to Old Portsmouth. The City Deal project that we signed in 2014 is vital for this because it completes our sea defences from rising sea levels to protect homes and businesses from Stampshore to Tipner, and we cannot leave this part of the city undefended from rising sea levels. In response to public concerns, we are now back to the original proposal to regenerate our city centre, so we've taken direct action to purchase the Tricorn and Sainsbury's site, so that instead of pretty pictures of regeneration, we can get on with it. Over the next decade, the City Council will play a leading role in developing both the city centre and at Tipner. At Tipner, the City Deal agreement signed by the Lib Dems was expanded by our Conservative colleagues to become the Super Peninsula proposal, called by some Donald Jones Point. But since then, the mood has changed and we're now back to the original proposal. Any large-scale development is expensive, whether it's in the city centre or Tipner. But if we are to see derelict land brought forward for development, where the private sector has failed, it will be expensive. The cost of materials has been rising increasingly, and it's a real problem for all of us. The Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy monthly statistics on building material reports rises of 21.5% since December 2021 compared to a year before. Sometimes, Lord Mayor, there are unexpected outcomes from some decisions the City Council makes. The new cedar fences at Tipner will cost between £7,000 and £9,000 a metre before current price rises in construction are factored in. The plan had been to pay for these cedar fences with the surplus generated from the housing development at Tipner. But with fewer houses, there will be less money generated, but still the sea wall will have to be paid for. The other main area of subsidy was to create 1,000 social houses for local families to live in. This may no longer be possible. The seawall will have to be built, but there may be no money in this scheme to pay for social housing because there are fewer houses being built that will make a surplus. And 1,000 families may lose the chance of having somewhere decent to live at a rent they can afford, unless the City Council can find millions of pounds to subsidise any scheme. Sometimes the consequences of our actions are not always what we expect. Over the last year, the City Council has had its level of ambition recognised by the LGA external peer challenge team that came to Portsmouth just a few months ago. In their draft feedback letter, they have highlighted 4 key things. The first they recognised is that the peer challenge team found that Portsmouth is a good council and that it is performing well. The second was the peer challenge team reviewed the city vision and found it to be ambitious, clear and well articulated. Thirdly, and this will be no surprise to anybody, the finance function at the council is perceived to be strong and well respected. The peer challenge team was impressed by the finance management team. And fourthly, the peer challenge team found a strong cabinet and senior leadership team. So it's clear this is an ambitious council, but just doing a short-term fix is not the answer. We have to provide long-term solutions that work. This budget does this in spades. When the Lib Dems returned to run the City Council after 4 years of Conservative misrule, we found the most vulnerable in society had lost out the most. Over the 4 budgets that the Conservative administration had put through, supported by both Labour and UKIP councillors, we saw the budget for adult social care cut by nearly £4 million. This is money to support the elderly, people with both physical and learning disabilities, and those with mental health issues. You might well be shocked by this, but I have to say there is worse. We all know the people who need the most support and protection are children from our families for whom living at home does not work or is not safe. Yet the Conservatives managed to cut the funding to the portfolio that Susie Horton looks after so ably now by almost £1 million over their 4 years in charge. And did they manage to keep to these budgets? No. Time and again, budgets were overspent. So when the Lib Dems took the decision, we took the decision to look long term. In the past 3 years, we found an extra £19 million to support both adults and children's social services. In this year's budget, we're doing it again. There's an extra £7.2 million to support the most vulnerable in our city. This extra money into both children and adult social care addresses some of the extra pressure that comes from the COVID pandemic. But it's not just funding for social care that we're taking the tough long-term decisions. This is recognised in the recent government white paper that says, health and care leaders in Portsmouth, including the City Council, developed a blueprint setting out their ambition for integrated services. This Portsmouth blueprint has at its heart the principle that first comes the person and the family being cared for, then comes the team, and only after that comes the organisation. Great words to support from the government. In housing, we've rejected the Conservative plan to sell off land where we want to build 150 council houses for local families. We've rejected the short-term lure of some quick money. Instead, we chose to find housing for local families who need somewhere decent to live at a rent they can afford. At the Pyramids, we've taken the soft decisions to close the pool that was losing over £700,000 a year and replace it with Exploria, which is hugely popular with local families and looks as if it'll make a profit. I'm pleased we're able to continue our long-standing support for Portsmouth Pride this year with both cash and in-kind support to make sure this excellent event happens again. Equalities are really important to us, and I'm really pleased that Chris Atwell has seen the appointments of a new Equalities Officer, as well as support for young people struggling with their gender identity. Also working with Claire Reedy on more support for LGBTQ+, which having funded from one-off money initially, we're now embedding into the Council's budget. We've also found money to provide a new disabled access route to the beach, and will continue to explore opportunities to ensure the new sea defences offer even greater access. We've also taken the decision, a long-term decision, to replace the Eastney Pool, a pool that is over 115 years old, with a new pool, leisure centre and community centre at the site of the Eastney Community Centre. Co-locating these services will save around £150,000 a year in running costs and means the City Council hopes to receive funding from Sport England. This provides a long-term solution to the problems of how to replace old and outworn facilities, but there is more. In Cosham, we will see 2 new floodlit artificial pitches built to enable sports to be played, whatever the weather and whatever the time of day. At the request of Councillor George Madgwick, we'll also see funding for the football pitch at Paulsgrove to allow the local club to grow and thrive. One of the things I'm disappointed we haven't been able to find funding for is to extend the real living wage beyond Portsmouth City Council employees to those working for council contractors. The cost of doing this has fallen from 3.2 million to 1.8 million. Almost all of it is adult social care. This may well fall further over the coming year, and I hope that we're able to bring the real living wage in for all contractors and next year. But I do not know what other financial pressures there will be on the council, and we'll have to balance these different demands. It's really important that we try to address this issue of poverty wages, and we will try to, when the funds are available to do it, in a sustainable way. Working to improve our air quality is important. This budget sees investment in making walking and cycling safer in the city. It also sees investment that will create an extra 124 electric charging points on terrace streets in Portsmouth. So it's not only those who can afford homes with off-street car parking that can make the transition to electric and hybrid vehicles. A fully functioning transport hub will bring many benefits to the city. A park and ride, a bus garage in the city so buses don't have to drive from other towns to start their working day, a place for cruise passengers to be able to leave their cars, and a freight hub so lorries don't need to go into the city centre, and that last vital mile can be done by smaller electric vans. But some people don't just walk, or cycle, or drive. They swim. We all know of the disgrace of Southern Water's decision to pump raw sewage into our sea and into Langston Harbour. To respond to the campaign to stop the sewage, we will be funding a water quality alert system, and we will share this technology with other Solent councils. We have heard the call from so many parents that there is a need for additional facilities for children with special educational needs. We will invest over £500,000 in an inclusion unit at Arundel Court School, and if more money is forthcoming from the government, we hope to see even more investment in other schools to support these children and these families. We've listened carefully to the views of residents of this city who say they want the city to be safer and cleaner. We've found money to keep the free bulky waste collection for people on very low incomes. We will crack down on those who graffiti and those who fly tip and deface our great city. To do this, we will bring in more mobile CCTV cameras to capture the evidence and won't hesitate to use the resources of the council to prosecute those responsible. To help do this, we found money to transfer 4 community wardens from annual contracts to be on the permanent contracts. Real action to address the concerns of local residents. So to do these things, we have to be financially prudent. This budget sees investments in things that make the City Council money, into the port to implement the master plan, to see diversification in the cruise industry with a new cruise terminal, and my thanks to the Levelling Up Fund for the £11 million grant towards this. But also into the electric power for ships that we look forward to coming forward this year or next year, so that when they dock with us, they'll be able to just switch on using their power and not run their engines, as well as the extension of the quays to take bigger ships. But there is more. If we don't look after the commercial buildings that bring us rents, this source of funding will dry up. So there is investment to replace out roofs at Limberline Business Park and investment in other buildings to bring them up to scratch so they can be let out again with decent energy standards. The decision to buy Lakeside, which caused so much decision within our Conservative colleagues, has been vindicated time and again. In Cosham, we're looking to do significant land assembly so that we're able to take a once-in-a-generation opportunity to be able to provide decent homes for local families. This means that there will be social housing as an integral part in this. If we don't take this opportunity and it's left to the private sector, again, we will be losing social housing, which I don't think any of us will want to see. But the biggest surprise for many of us But the biggest surprise to many of us is that after years of prudent work, next year will be the first in my 18 years on this council where there'll be no need for any cuts to budgets. Yes, you've heard me right. Next year, we already have a balanced budget due to the hard work of Chris Ward and all the directors, as well as all the cabinet members who worked so hard, not just on this budget, but throughout the year. My thanks to all of you, and I'm sure the whole council will want to join me in this thanks. In last year's budget, Councillor Claire Udy and Councillor Jeanette Smith worked with us to identify things they wanted to achieve. I was happy then to recognise and support some of their proposals, and these things happened. So funding for the 4U project and domestic violence worker continues. This year, Claire and Jeanette have asked us, and I'm happy to say, that we found funding for things that are important to them. A family hub worker to support families after lockdown, for additional funding for the Hive, and for somebody to work to maintain open spaces on the eastern side of the island. The other things that happened in last year's budget was our Labour colleagues on the council voted with the Conservatives to vote against the council budget. This vote was against the spending of over £4 million extra to support adult social care and against funding for classrooms for children with special educational needs. I accept that this was not the intention of the Labour councillors, but that was the recorded vote on what they did, and we all have to be careful on how we vote in these really important issues. The only reason the council budget got through and spending to support elderly residents in their own homes and children with special educational needs was that the PPP councillors supported our budget and some Conservatives abstained. Claire and Jeanette's constructive work with us made me think about how we might be able to do our budgets better and to allow for more scrutiny of all the proposals that come forward. Other councils do things differently to us. On the Isle of Wight, there is time for scrutiny of an administration budget, but also for any possible changes to it from other amendments. I think this is something we should look at. Any amendment might get voted through, and if it's just tabled at a meeting, there is little time to think through the implications. Chris Ward talked at the group leaders meeting about this, but this was not to the liking of our Conservative colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I know why. Last year's Conservative amendment looked innocuous on the surface. It sold off land outside Portsmouth to put into a one-year tax bribe. But what the Conservative proposal didn't say was that this land was earmarked for 150 council houses for local families. The Conservative proposals would have denied 150 local families somewhere decent to live and have left them homeless. How low can you get to sacrifice the long-term futures of 150 local families for a one-off tax bribe to try to win an election? But worse, local residents would have had to pay a double council tax hike this year. This year's 3% council tax rise would have been 7% under the Conservatives. So no wonder the Conservatives didn't want any scrutiny of their budget amendment. I don't know if they're planning any tricks like this today, but I hope not. This council needs to be run in a sensible and prudent way, not by playing games. It was a short-term plan to buy votes at the expense of the lives of 150 families, and I'm sure even they are now embarrassed. But things get even worse. Chris Ward, our Director of Finance, was forced to write, and we didn't see it last year because we were remote. We didn't have this passed round. But Chris was forced to write on the Conservative amendment last year the following words, and I'll read them in full. All the proposals contained within this amendment are subject to the disposal of Cabbage Row, which is an executive decision. That decision is not capable of being determined by full council. For this reason, the general fund summary attached has not been amended. I have to say, colleagues, that at the time I didn't grasp the full import of Chris Ward's words. He said that the Conservative amendment couldn't be enacted by full council. It was a tissue of deception. It talked about parks in Drayton and money to taxi drivers, but none of that could happen. Even the City Council had taken leave of its senses and voted for the Conservative amendment. So instead of long-term prudent financial planning to deliver things for the people of the city, the Conservative plan was so bad, the Chief Finances Officer of the City Council said it couldn't be allowed to happen. What a commentary on a group that has aspirations to run this city. No wonder they don't want scrutiny of their proposals. Even they must be ashamed. But colleagues, there's more. The gift that keeps on giving, Victory Energy. Every single council that created an energy supply company has seen them go bust with losses of over 30 million, or over that local council taxpayers are having to pay through tax increases or cuts to local services. I will well remember those close colleagues, Councillor Luke Stubbs, Councillor Judith Smythe, vigorously arguing that Victory Energy was different and would bring in millions because the Conservatives would be able to run it successfully. And they fooled some people. Warrington Council was the last serious bidder for the carcass of Victory Energy, but even they pulled out when they looked at the figures, and instead they bought the slightly breathing body of Bristol Energy. But this has failed too, and now Warrington Council taxpayers have joined the list of others for whom councillors made poor decisions, and their local residents are having to pay the price. It does say something for the level of Conservative financial incompetence that that the Taxpayers Alliance, writing on Conservative Home, praises the Lib Dems in Portsmouth for closing down this failed Conservative project. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to commend a sensible, prudent, caring, forward-looking budget that delivers for the people of the city. Local people know that we will either have a Conservative-led council or a Lib Dem-led council. The alternative from the Conservatives is a vicious policy that attacks the most vulnerable in this city, a policy that sacrifices the good of families needing somewhere to live for a dodgy one-year tax bribe, and a financial incompetence that has even been recognised by the Taxpayers Alliance and Conservative Home. No wonder that people in Portsmouth have put their trust in the Lib Dems to run the City Council here. Lord Mayor, I'm always interested in the ideas of others. I wrote to all councillors asking them to be involved in the production of this budget. Some responded and some didn't. I will listen to all the discussions and ideas to see if there are ways to build on this budget. My Lord Mayor, this is a budget to be proud of. It shows support for those in need. It shows investment in long-term issues facing the city. It is prudent in investments to bring forward new facilities and to safeguard our income stream. It's a budget that listens to the people of the city and delivers for them. Lord Mayor, I commend this budget and many thanks to everybody who's worked so hard to create it for the work they've done to support the people of this city through the dark times of the pandemic. My Lord Mayor, I'm happy to move.
Thank you, Leader. I'll now call upon the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Bowshire, to respond. Again, without time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded, then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to the meeting. Councillor Bowshire, are there any amendments to be proposed, seconded and circulated?
Yes, circulate my amendment at the end of my speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say, Lord Mayor, going back through some of the records of budget speeches in the past, most groups tend to give their leaders a round of applause when they finish their speech, but I noticed that following Councillor Vernon Jackson's trip down memory lane, that the silence was deafening from his team. But before I start my speech, Lord Mayor, there is an item on the capital programme that needs some clarification from the City Solicitor, if it can. Councillor Vernon Jackson's already referred to this, and the item is Portsgrove Football Club fencing at a capital cost of £30,000. And he actually has just confirmed that obviously that came from Councillor Madgwick, and I suspect it was in request to the Leader's open invitation to make contribution. Where I need some clarification, Mr. Bolf, Councillor Madgwick is not only chairman of Portsgrove FC, but his restaurant business, I understand, is also a significant sponsor of the club. So in my view, that would be a personal, prejudicial and pecuniary interest in this item, and arguably Councillor Madgwick should excuse himself from this debate, and perhaps, Mr. Bolf, you could comment, thank you, before I proceed.
On the face of it, it would seem to be that there is an interest that needs to be declared, and I'd invite Councillor Madgwick to make that appropriate declaration.
I can confirm Portsgrove Football Club currently in a voluntary non-paid role. However, I've read the budget. It does say Portsgrove Football Club. My understanding, which hopefully the Liberals can confirm, is that the money is to be spent on Marsden Field rather than Portsgrove Football Club. And Marsden Field is an open spaces area that can be hired or used by anybody, not exclusively to Portsgrove Football Club.
On that basis, I take the view that it might be a personal interest, but it's not so prejudicial that you need to exclude yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The item is listed as Portsgrove Football Club. It's not listed as Marsden Road. That might well have been a different argument. So I stand by the comments that I made earlier on in the fact that I think it is a pecuniary and prejudicial interest, and that indeed Councillor Madgwick should really not be in the chamber for the budget debate. But that is a matter for... Oh, Councillor Hunt's just woken up, Lord Mayor. But that is obviously a matter for Councillor Madgwick and something that he's actually going to have to explain away in the future. Yes.
I was going to say in response, Councillor Bush, I put it to Councillor Madgwick, and he's given me a representation in a public forum. He obviously understands the consequences of that representation made to me today, relevant to a prejudicial interest as opposed to a personal one. I take your point, Councillor Bush.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bush, before we go, just to members, No interruptions, please. This meeting's going to be quite long enough. Every councillor will have their chance to speak. Just remember that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Normally you'd expect to hear the Leader of Council giving an enthusiastic speech in favour of his budget, but Councillor Vernon-Jackson seems to have spent most of his speech going backwards, not forwards, so clearly there would seem to be an element of panic, but we can all go backwards and look at history as well. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, I'm probably thinking a member of your group. And there are two items that you've actually mentioned there that I would actually draw your attention to. The first, you talked fantastically about the electric vehicle charging point and the rollout across the city. Well, I'd like to thank you for that Conservative initiative that actually came in when I was the Cabinet member, so your comments are welcome in that respect. But going back a little bit further, you also mentioned the city centre and how it's been brought back and the land assembly has actually been put in place so that we can actually deliver that. Well, I've been on the council for 20 odd years, as you actually know, and it was you as leader of the city council at the time who actually practically gave away all that land in the first place. So to talk in terms of positivity about how we're actually going to buy back that and assemble, you've actually done essentially a U-turn on what was a pretty catastrophic decision in the first place for the city some 15, 16 years ago in that respect. Well, Lord Mayor, moving on, I'd like to propose to the City Council a Conservative Group amendment to the Revenue and Capital Budget covering the years April 1st, 2022 to the 31st of March 23. And in the Conservative amendment, Lord Mayor, I will be proposing the following. An increase in the number of community wardens beyond that detailed by the administration, a significant grant to Hive Portsmouth, a grant to Moving On Project Portsmouth, a grant to Fox's Forest Education, the reinstatement of the school crossing patrol budget, even more deployable CCTV cameras and additional lighting in our parks, and a significant increase to the Greening the City Fund. Before I start, Lord Mayor, I would like to express my gratitude to Chris Ward and his team for their assistance, to my Conservative Group colleagues for their support and enthusiasm, and in particular to three members of our team, that's Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Terry Norton and Councillor Scott Pater-Harris, who've worked long hours to produce a balanced and compliant Conservative amendment. Lord Mayor, the administration budget seeks to confirm that we propose to tackle a further, create a further I'll start again. The administration budget seeks to make 4 community wardens permanent full-time. We seek to propose to create a further 2 community wardens to tackle antisocial behaviour. These wardens will be dedicated to 2 areas in the city, the first based in Cosham High Street and Wimmering, and the second in Old Portsmouth and Somerstown. Portsmouth Pride aims to be more than just LGBTQ+ parades and gatherings. It aims to create a safe space for everyone. Portsmouth Pride will not discriminate against any person. It aims to raise awareness through entertainment and community engagement. To support their aims and initiative, we propose to make available grant funding of £10,000 this year, with a further £10,000 in 2023-24. Lord Mayor, moving on, Hive Portsmouth is a strategic partner in Portsmouth consisting of a representative group of the voluntary and community sector, the NHS, Portsmouth Clinical Commissioning Group and Portsmouth City Council. Hive works with local people, groups and organisations in a way that recognises and nurtures the strengths of the individuals, the families and communities, and helps to build the independence and self-reliance. During the pandemic, Lord Mayor, Hive Portsmouth have been coordinating the official response on behalf of our city, and indeed there are members in this chamber that have participated in that. They've been doing extraordinary work getting food parcels out to people, ensuring prescriptions are delivered to those who are self-isolating and protecting the most vulnerable in our society. And I would like to touch on those members in the Chamber and offer our thanks as a City Council for the work that you've done in assisting their work. These groups in our community continue, and the Conservative group will assist in that work with a revenue grant of £50,000 this year and a further £50,000 in the following year. Moving on, Project Portsmouth, and this is something that Councillor Cal Corkery will know an awful lot about. Take donations of good quality second-hand furniture and small household items to ensure that the most vulnerable residents can enter a new tenancy or uphold an existing tenancy without going into debt for the replacement household items. And although not are supported by PCC with a reduced rent on their storage units, they are totally reliant on donations as they receive no other funding. We propose to change that with a revenue grant in this coming year 2022-23 of £5,000, with a further £5,000 in 23-24 to help them with their work. Fox's Forest Education Centre, Lord Mayor, is designed to bring nature into the classroom, and at a time when the focus on our natural habitat has been no more important than it currently is, we continue to support this project and will make £50,000 available. Now, Lord Mayor, the administration is seeking to make a saving by reducing the budget for school crossing patrols to reflect the actual number of patrols by £40,000. We on this side of the chamber believe that child safety should be front and centre of a council's responsibilities. Therefore, the Conservative group plan to reinstate that £40,000. There are currently 9 schools with vacancies across our city, so the commitment from the Liberal Democrats in this budget is to remove those crossing warden vacancies required by those 9 schools. Those children should be able to travel to school safely. The sites affected include Malins Road and Shearer Road. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Brown, are you going to be voting to cut those school crossing patrols for the children in your wards? I wouldn't. Other schools set to miss out are Court Lane Infant and Junior School, College Park Infant and Lyndhurst Junior Schools, and more worrying is that the patrol that is being proposed to be cut for those schools is the one on Stubbington Avenue. The Conservative group also proposed to increase the budget for park lighting to address the reoccurring problem of antisocial behaviour and redeployable CCTV cameras to support this. Our streets and parks need to be accessible for all without fear for their safety. We will employ a dedicated officer to tackle unregistered and unlicensed houses in multiple occupancy. This officer would undertake investigations. The growing HMO concern amongst our residents needs to be taken seriously, and we will support our residents with this full-time appointment, something the Liberal Democrat administration won't. Lord Mayor, we, like our Labour colleagues on the other side of the chamber, also remain committed to 4 yearly elections, saving this council £44,000 per year. This can provide the council with political stability and free up much revenue for investment into our frontline services. Lord Mayor, budgetary pressure on adult social care remains a concern, and it would be so for any colour of administration. However, that pressure could and should have been alleviated with Spinnaker Tower sponsorship. The Conservative administration passported the entire £700,000 to adult social care, and we were promised by the leader in 2019 that negotiations were ongoing for a new sponsor, but he wouldn't give us any detail. Well, nothing has happened, Lord Mayor, and here we are now, and it's a £700,000 budget pressure. Now let's move on to the capital projects, Lord Mayor, and there are a few to which I will refer before I get into the detail. And first, we've already seen it, is the Port Master Plan. I've been fortunate to visit the port on several occasions and meet with Mike and his team. and I would encourage those in the Chamber who haven't yet had the opportunity to do so. The Port Master Plan is central to the economic health of our city, and we've seen in recent years enhancements to our dockyard, now home of the 2 Royal Naval aircraft carriers, and more recently investment in the commercial port, bringing new opportunities and commitments from commercial shipping, including Virgin Voyages Scarlet Lady. The Port Master Plan will enhance the port's integration with Portsmouth, promote green initiatives through new green power and carbon capture technology, all designed to make Portsmouth International Port a carbon neutral port by 2030 and the UK's first zero emission port by 2050. Lord Mayor, as we've seen earlier, we on this side of the Chamber fully support the port and its ambitious plans. Second will be somewhat unsurprising to my colleagues, and that is the local transport plan. The strategic objectives include delivering cleaner air. Our amendment seeks to support this key objective with a significant increase in the greening of the City Fund. Everyone who lives, works or visits the city should be able to breathe clear air that will not damage their health. Another one includes prioritising walking and cycling. Most trips within the city are short, but despite this, the car is too often used as the default choice. And again, Lord Mayor, it was the Conservatives, actually it was myself, who introduced in 2017 the 10% minimum investment in cycling in the local transport plan infrastructure and brought forward a scrutiny review into accessibility. More space is needed to safely walk and cycle in the city, not use changes to the highway code to airbrush out our cycle lanes as some would seem to want. To want to slash the budget for school crossing patrols as well is short-sighted and goes against this objective in my view. Parents should be confident that their children can walk or cycle to and from school in a safe environment. We will also address the problem of speeding vehicles in Anchorage Road with LED signs. Anchorage Road is a significant rat run from Eastern Road to Copner Road, and it was interesting that during the pandemic, as an awful lot of traffic actually dropped off on some of the main roads within the city, that Copner Road and Anchorage Road remain significantly close to 100% usage. We propose £15,000 capital contribution to make this scheme happen. The Conservative group support the local transport plan, but we will continue to monitor the performance. Moving on, Lord Mayor, we've had the Bransbury Park Leisure Centre rapidly unveiled to counter the outrage of the Pyramids and Eastleigh pool closures. The worrying aspect of this project can actually be found in last year's budget, Lord Mayor. See, we can go backwards as well as forwards as well, Councillor Sanders. Last year, it was £8.2 million capital contribution to a scheme costing £12.5 million. A year later, and the cost has rocketed to £16.1 million, with another £1.8 million required from the capital budget. Not even Sport England have faith in the leader's ability to deliver this project. They've cut their investment in half. And when I inquired about the cost hike with officers, the reply I received was, quote, original estimates were not based on a detailed design scheme. We also have another scheme, Lord Mayor, another one to which the leader has made reference. This time, invest in football facilities, including changing facilities at KG5. Last year, Lord Mayor, this project contribution was £615,000, and it now requires a further £597,000. This time the reply I received from officers was as follows, and I quote, the sum included in the previous iterations did not reflect a costed scheme. So the answer I received, Lord Mayor, for two significant capital schemes were, and I will reiterate, original estimates were not based on a detailed design scheme, and the sum included in the previous iterations did not reflect a costed scheme. There seems to be a pattern here emerging, Councillor Vernon Jackson, and it doesn't quite chime with your comments last year about strong Liberal Democrat financial management. But it isn't really surprising, Lord Mayor, and after all, Councillor Vernon Jackson's record on capital projects isn't really that great. Lennox Point Super Peninsula, he's made reference to that one too. So far, 10 million quid has been spent on a project nobody wants, and still Councillor Vernon Jackson has not formally ruled it out with a report to Cabinet. It's time for him to formally kill his utopian dream and move on. And then, Lord Mayor, we have St James Hospital and his sham bid. We all remember the leader and his ward colleague posing beside a postbox. Well, Lord Mayor, in a Freedom of Information request, NHS Property Services said this of his bid. I quote, "The Portsmouth City Council's bid was a 100% residential scheme, and the council offered £1 for the initial purchase. Subsequent details provided offering a profit share of 50% of any profit after a 15% return to PCC. It goes on, Lord Mayor. PCC's financial appraisal of the development, however, showed a land value of minus 7.6 million without any profit. As a body owned in its entirety by government, NHS Property Services is obliged to adhere to our estate code, and we are bound to dispose of sites at market value. Such a bid would not conform to this policy and potentially disadvantage reinvestment in the health system in the long term." Now let me just pause there, Lord Mayor, because part of the culture of secrecy on this bid that we've seen being led by the leader of the City Council was that if the existing developer fell out, then we would be picking it up. It didn't conform in the first place, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Your bid did not even get considered. Now, a key consideration in the bidding process was the purchaser's ability to maintain the historic buildings on the site, as stipulated in guidance provided by Historic England. In their bid, PCC did not offer nor provide any evidence that they had the experience or any track record of dealing with the heritage-led repurposing of a site like this. And furthermore, PCC did not present a technical team that they could rely on with expertise in terms of dealing with the heritage assets. So let me just repeat some of that, Lord Mayor. PCC's financial appraisal of the development, however, showed a land value of minus 7.6 million. That's minus 7.6 million without any profit built in. Portsmouth City Council did not present a technical team that they could rely upon with expertise in terms of dealing with heritage assets. And just to put the lid on it, it would also, and I quote, potentially disadvantage reinvestment in the health system in the long term. Potentially disadvantage reinvestment in the health system is a pretty damning verdict on your bid, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I've also got printed copies of the FOI, so if anybody wants to argue with me, you are more than welcome to a copy of it. Lord Mayor, when Councillor Vernon Jackson became leader in 2018, he promised an end to a culture of secrecy, and yet he did everything in his power to stop the details of this bid being made public, and now we all know why. And then, Lord Mayor, we also have the capital project that didn't quite make it into his budget. The leader publicly declared his aim to buy Southern Water. Well, in his defence, he did write to 8 other leaders across the region, Lord Mayor, and it would seem that only 2 bothered to reply. One can only wonder what the other 6 thought, assuming they even gave it reading time in the first place. I'm guessing not, Lord Mayor, otherwise we could expect it to be in his budget, even if it might have only have been £1. Quite frankly, Lord Mayor, the leader's track record on capital projects is lamentable. It's down to him to deliver these schemes without coming back to the council cap in hand for another eye-watering amount of taxpayers' money. And when it comes to capital projects, in the immortal words of former councillor Steve Pitt, help him out, Chris, the leader doesn't know what he's doing. The citywide food waste collection project is a project that we all support. Resident participation in this has been strong, and therefore a capital investment to expand the scheme citywide is the right decision. But I do hope, Councillor Ashmore, that you won't let the leader interfere, otherwise the costs are going to spiral out of control. One of the things that the leader made reference to is the £35,000 capital contribution into a seawater quality alert system. But I'm disappointed to actually see that there. Although I agree, in my view, it should be a cost to Southern Water, not Portsmouth City Council. And I trust, as it falls within your remit, Councillor Ashmore, I'm looking at you again, that you will do all that you can to get Southern Water to pay the £35,000. The money could have been better spent on CCTV cameras or green initiatives. But again, please don't let the leader get involved, otherwise that cost will double too. I now move on to the Greening the City Fund. This is a capital project of £50,000 with a council contribution of £30,000. The Conservative group believe that this amount is insufficient for our city, and our amendment seeks to address this. We will increase the council contribution to £70,000 in the forthcoming year, and adding a further £70,000 the year after. This represents an investment almost 5 times the amount proposed by the administration. This can then be used to improve our public realm, increasing the number of street trees, introduce living roofs to our bus shelters, or bee bus stops as they are affectionately known. Living roofs also capture particulates from the air and help make the city a greener and happier place. It's also interesting to note the notice of motion in the name of the Cabinet Member for Climate Change and the Green Recovery that we have later on the order paper, Lord Mayor. And I note that one of the points in that motion reads, improving doorstep access to nature, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds, which I support. But Councillor Barrett, as one of the lead members for Keep Milton Green and the Cabinet Member, I will be fascinated to hear what you have to say if you have just voted against a 5-fold investment in greening the city and a 50,000 investment in Fox's Forest. You, Councillor Barrett, have a very simple choice. Lord Mayor, the Conservative amendment seeks to do the following. We seek to tackle antisocial behaviour with additional community wardens, CCTV and lighting. We will support inclusivity. We will tackle green issues by enhancing our public realm and putting nature on our doorsteps. We will protect our young people so that they can move around our city in safety. We will invest in the organisations looking after our most vulnerable residents. Lord Mayor, the Conservative amendment is a budget for Portsmouth, and I formally commend it to the Council.
Before we go any further, is Councillor Ryan Brent seconding this? Are you going to circulate the amendment? And welcome, Councillor Fazackley. Have you got any declarations?
None, apart from the fact I'm cold.
Thank you.
Just wait a few seconds. Do you want to wait this while I circulate it?
Okay. Then I'm going to do that, yeah.
Yes, after they've circulated it, yes, please.
I now call upon the leader of the Labour Group, Councillor Fielding, to respond, again without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to the meeting. Councillor Fielding, are there any amendments to be proposed, seconded and circulated?
Yes, there is an amendment to be circulated after my speech, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wish to start by firstly thanking on behalf of the Labour Group the hard work and dedication of council staff and officers, especially in the face of continuing pressures from the pandemic. It is those staff that help keep our streets clean, help those less fortunate in our communities, and ensuring that both frontline and back office services continue, especially after so many years of Tory austerity and cuts that have left our public services in such difficult circumstances. Thank you to everyone who works tirelessly to achieve this for the people of Portsmouth. It would be remiss of me not to also thank in particular our finance team comprising of Chris Ward and Julian Pike, whose continued diligence and steadfastness has meant that the city's finances have been in safe hands. Thank you also for your time and patience in meeting with my group to help us formulate the budget amendment before us today. Considering the broader landscape we find ourselves in, we're pleased that the final local government finance settlement confirms previously announced extra grant funding and council tax raising powers for the forthcoming financial year to help the council meet the extra cost and demand-led pressures we face to keep providing frontline services at the same level as pre the pandemic. However, this is of course based on the assumption that all local authorities, including Portsmouth, will raise their council tax by the maximum permitted amount. This is a very tough choice in the face of ensuing cost of living crisis in light of the steep increase in food and energy costs. This leaves the additional burden on Portsmouth people already feeling the pinch. It has long been highlighted by the LGA that council tax rises, particularly the adult social care precept, are not the solution for long-term pressures faced by councils, particularly in social care, which is facing severe financial and capacity challenges. We believe our amendment goes a long way to address this. The Tory government should stop dithering and provide clarity now on what local government funding reforms will happen and when. Uncertainty does not bring about confidence in what is to come. It should be pushing ahead with the fair funding review and should ensure that overall local government funding is sufficient when funding distribution changes are introduced to ensure that cities like Portsmouth do not see their funding reduced as a result. While funding reforms make it difficult for a government to set a multi-year settlement for local government, this is the fourth year in a row that councils are receiving one-year settlements. This continues to hamper financial planning and sustainability overall. Only with adequate long-term resources, certainty and freedoms can councils deliver world-class local services for our communities whilst tackling the very real issue of climate emergency. The pandemic has reinforced that councils like Portsmouth, working with their communities, partners and businesses, are best placed to lead, manage and shape their places, delivering sustainable change. As we learn to live with COVID-19 and turn our attention to the city's recovery, the importance of communities and the places in which we live has never been clearer. But the pandemic has also exposed and heightened the disparities in our society. These need to be urgently addressed as part of our recovery by developing and delivering the solutions for those most in need and in turn addressing long-term inequalities that continue to affect our city. We are, of course, yet to see whether the government's levelling up agenda will bring about any fair and inclusive improvements to cities like Portsmouth. One way in which this could be achieved would be to ensure that all councils are provided with long-term certainty, powers and funding they need to address the regional inequalities that exist, tackle local pockets of deprivation, and make our communities attractive places to live, work and visit. What this government has made quite clear is that it's happy to break election promises of not raising tax by doing just that. The upcoming rise in national insurance at a time when the cost of living crisis is biting will be a crippling blow to those already suffering financially. Moreover, it is economically illiterate to do so at a time of such hardship for those less fortunate who are having to choose between heating and eating. No wonder the government's own backbenchers are calling this out. To press ahead at such time would show this government up for being exactly what it is, lacking in any moral compass or compassion. My Lord Mayor, turning now to the administration's proposals in its budget, we of course welcome the additional investment in children's and adult social care. However, rather than a true increase in service, this is merely covering existing overspend and unachievable savings in children's social care and covering the uplift in the national living wage and inflationary pressures in adult social care. We also welcome the administration's desire to roll out the food waste scheme to the whole city. However, we should temper such praise by suggesting that this is possibly being considered prematurely, as without the proposed anaerobic digester within the city, we are still tethered to the need for our waste to be transported far outside of the city for disposal. Including a climate change strategy advisor can only be a good thing. However, this should have been implemented far sooner, given the Council's resolution in March 2019 to achieve net zero carbon by 2030. We would hope that the strategy advisor can now get to work to avoid any further dithering and delay in making the difficult decisions that are needed to achieve this target. In order to achieve its savings, the administration has taken the decision to delete a number of vacant positions within the Council. At a time when services are most needed on the front line, we believe this could be considered a reduction of service offered by the Council. This is why, in our amendment, we've included a grant to deliver money and benefit advice services in order to meet the rising demand directly from the cost of living crisis and tackle the problem of unclaimed benefits, particularly among older residents who desperately need a boost to their incomes. Indeed, Age UK found that 2.1 million pensioners are living in poverty, yet more than £2 billion of benefit income is unclaimed every year. It would be remiss of me not to mention the position we now find ourselves in with regards to the Tipner West proposal, leaving £20 million wasted on consultancy fees and planning for a scheme that did not have the support of the members of the administration, let alone the wider public and the environment community. Just think what this wasted money could have been spent on to improve our city. I shudder to even think. Following on from this, the addition of nearly £5 million in this year's budget towards the controversial Bransbury Park Leisure Centre, on top of the £12.5 million set aside in last year's budget, is eye-watering. Not only is this a nearly 50% increase in the cost for a development yet to see any planning application or time frame for delivery, but it comes at a time when there is now no publicly owned swimming pool in the south of the city open to the people of Portsmouth. We would also question whether the location of Bransbury Park is correct for such a development. Has any consideration been given to the leisure centre being situated at, for example, the Pompey Centre, at a time when B&Q are wanting to downsize their footprint on the site? This would offer not only the necessary parking, but also transport links from across the south of the city, meaning that schools and communities could have access to the centre with ease. We have no reassurance that in next year's budget, the Lib Dem administration will be coming cap in hand for a further contribution towards this vanity project. Meanwhile, Eastney Pool is left for rack and ruin, with costs to reopen the pool escalating to unaffordable levels, and residents of Portsmouth South continue to have no publicly accessible, affordable option to swim. This is unacceptable for our waterfront city. What the Labour Group budget amendment before you today does is offer an alternative to the administration's priorities. Where they have taken the political choice of not supporting our city's social care workers by becoming a real living wage employer, the Labour Group believes now is the time we should be helping those on low incomes by funding the real living wage for adult social care providers so that a clear uplift in wages can be given for 2022-23. It is right that those people who have played their part in the toughest period of social care should be properly paid for this effort. And let's not forget the administration committed to paying the real living wage, and yet there has been absolutely no progress in achieving this. We're fed up with empty promises about it potentially coming in future budgets. It's our city's care workers that deserve this pay increase now. In addition, our amendment goes further than the administration's budget by contributing a further £100,000 to the Greening the City Fund to ensure that this can have a real impact across our city. We would also request that such a fund is open to all to apply for, allowing ward councillors and residents across the city to bid for such a fund to help improve our neighbourhoods and make real inroads to responding to the climate and ecological emergency. The Labour Group would also create Equalities Community Initiative grants to promote equality across the city and tackle discrimination at all levels. In particular, a grant would be used to put back the council's funding towards the annual Portsmouth Pride event, which we understood was at risk from the administration, and offers certainty of funding for this organisation. These grants would also benefit projects dealing with violence against women and girls, and we would like to take this opportunity to thank council officers for their work in helping to bring this issue to the forefront. Our budget amendment would also set up a travel safety fund of £158,000, offering new funding towards road safety measures, active travel and wheelchair accessibility across the city. This fund would supplement the work done by officers with very limited resources, so would go some way to ensure that funding is available. Finally, as previously stated, we would include the grant funding for money and benefit advisors in order to meet the demand arising from the cost of living crisis. These priorities would be funded by removing new schemes as outlined in our amendment from the administration's budget, which we propose not being a priority at this time, along with the postponement of the proposed Cosham Land Assembly. My Lord Mayor, over the last few weeks, while the Labour Group have been deliberating on our approach to this year's budget, we have assessed the administration's proposals and our own ideas with these guiding questions. How does the budget help us as Portsmouth's elected representatives to achieve a more socially just, equal and fairer city for all? How does the budget push the council to adequately respond to the climate emergency, making the biggest possible difference to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2030? And lastly, how does this budget support our local communities, securing a safer, cleaner and greener city that we can all take pride in? It is in response to these questions that we pulled our amendment together, taking into account the enormous challenges and pressures our council is under. We hope that colleagues across the floor will see how our amendment builds on the foundations of the administration's budget to respond to the challenges at hand and enable action when it's needed most. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Are you seconding this, Councillor Corkery?
Yes, I confirm that I'm seconding, Lord Mayor.
Will you circulate your amendment, Councillor Fielding, please?
need to.
I now call upon the leader of the Progressive Portsmouth People Group, Councillor Udy, to respond without a time limit. Any amendments will need to be proposed and seconded and then given to me in writing before the amendment is discussed further or put to the meeting. Councillor Udy, are there any amendments to be proposed, seconded and circulated?
To formally withdraw my amendment, thank you. But I can still speak because I'm a group leader, right?
You can still speak, but...
Also, could I just ask, what colour was my paper for my amendment? Because... Was it white? Really?
Yours is white, yeah.
Oh. No one asked me what colour I wanted to be, that was all. That was quite disappointing.
We always wonder what colour you're going to be.
It's sensible because I'm trying to find a job at the moment, that's why. Thank you. I've written some form of speech because I just wanted to go into the three things that the leader has funded, which is basically my whole budget amendment, so it doesn't need to be proposed anymore. Something that I'm just a little bit worried about before we go into anything, I think it'll be clarified by someone in here when we go into the debate, is when you say there's not going to be any cuts next year, what happens to things, you don't have to do it, explain it now, we'll probably explain it later, but like, what happens when things finish being funded next year? Because I know, like for instance, the trade unions secondment money finishes next year, so there'll be a bit of a gap in the budget for next year, and obviously I'm not here, but hopefully my Labour colleagues are listening over there. Thank you, all friends, not colleagues, I suppose, maybe. Anyway, the budget, I've obviously read it, and I agree with some points that people have made today, but I'm not going to go into massive detail because, to be honest, this budget is not as bad as I thought it was going to be, and I think I'm quite relieved by that. My first post that I wanted funding within the family hubs was mainly focusing on it was between postnatal support and early years support before children go to school, because what we've noticed is a huge upturn in referrals for people with really severe mental health issues or around ASD or any neurodivergency, and a lot of children are being identified with this early on at school, but it's sometimes too late to have a referral, and it takes years on a waiting list. I did want a practitioner originally, but I was told that there's a massive shortage of practitioners, especially going through with this. I've been through a diagnostic process myself for ASD and ADHD, and coincidentally, whilst I've been seeing someone formally clinically, someone from the council has actually sat in on those meetings because they're doing a piece of work in health and social care at the moment. Just a huge coincidence that I went to meet someone and they were like, can someone from the council sit in? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So after I'm a council, I might sit in on like a scrutiny panel or something when we've discussed this piece of work when it's finally done. I want things to be identified at an early years stage through the family hub because people need to get on a waiting list quite quickly, because the later it's discovered during school, the more damaging it can be. Finding out much later in my life has made things easier to kind of comprehend, but the support workers can provide the support, very basic support to deal with sensory issues and give information and advice regarding that. And also it can identify mental health provision and support for parents too, because it's really hard to diagnose women with this condition. And if some women come forward, when some women have children, for instance, I really struggled when I had my children, and I still struggle now, and I thought it was a consequence of maybe that I was just a terrible parent, but it turned out that I was overwhelmed. I had huge sensory issues myself, and I found through the support of a lot of other mothers that happens to them too, and these are people that have been going through a diagnostic process themselves in the end, and they're on a waiting list too. And I want you to know it's taken 2.5 years for me to even see somebody. So this is how long the waiting list is for people, and it's just as long for children to assess that services. So if it's identified at the family hubs, we can get onto the waiting list and hopefully someone will see someone soon, and hopefully we'll have practitioners soon, because I feel like post-COVID, this is going to be a huge thing, and hopefully the government, I would hope the government would try and put a lot more work into finding people to help other people. What else was in my amendment? The Baffins countryside. The leader's graciously funding a countryside officer post. Councillor Smith, thank you, informed me, but there's only one person that has to look after the nice green spaces properly in the whole of the city. And I know we don't have many in the first instance, but there's enough to warrant another one on the side of the city. So thank you to Councillor Vernon Jackson for figuring that out for me, and Councillor Smith. Also, with the Hive post, it's centred around money, debt counselling, and I think we've asked similar things for that before. I know we have the U-Trust stuff going on, but as we enter a really, really unstable financial period due to rising energy costs and food costs and smaller amounts of food, I'd hope that a lot of you had seen work done by Jack Monroe very recently about the rising cost of food. And it's not just affecting people that are already assessing food banks and on poverty wages and low incomes, it's starting to affect people that may be both working full-time on a decent wage, paying private rents, for instance, because it's just eating up all their money, and paying a horrific amount in energy. And this just leads naturally to debt. We've got things like Klarna, which are pushing loads of people, working class people especially, into debt because they're being sold the dream of interest-free rates of paying off in instalments and then not being able to meet that. And it's not regulated. You don't have to tell anyone how much you earn, so you're just literally buying things, and people are falling even further into debt. I just want to say, I know people aren't watching this, but I think there should be a bigger campaign around getting people to speak around debt, because as soon as you have that conversation with someone, and whether it be with someone in the Hive or someone at the U-Trust, the bailiffs will slowly stop coming to your door, because you've made the first step to say, there is an issue and I need that help. And normally the bailiffs will stop coming immediately because they've identified an issue, and whether you go on I don't know, some people will be on an IVA or somebody will be on a debt management plan, that means that kind of intervention from the bailiffs will stop. And maybe, whilst I'm gone, and from May, we can look into our bailiff practices here or whatever, but that's not for me to say right now. Other than that, I just wanted to extend it to what I wanted to say. I want to say a massive thank you to Councillor Vernon Jackson for saying that he was going to take everything from for you into the budget. I just told one of the officers about it now, and they said that the For Me project, which just literally was going to run out of funding, was overwhelmingly successful, and they were worried about where the next lot of money were coming from. And the For Us project, which was for the younger people and their parents, has been unbelievable in their first year, and it is so needed, so thank you very much, and that's from everyone as well. And also thank you to Councillor Smith, who is very much the brains of this operation. I'm just the Larry mouth, so thank you very much. And thank you again to the leader for funding our stuff, and you do have our support on this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. Welcome, Councillor Coles. No? Any declaration of interest?
None, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Well, as that's all the leaders that have spoken, I'm now going to call a 15-minute recess, comfort break, so that you can discuss, cup of tea, whatever you like. Thank you. Members, we will now start the debate. Yeah. Should we start off?
Yeah.
Councillor Ben Dowling, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just starting my own timer so I can pay attention. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was intending to talk about culture and leisure, as you can probably gather, as the portfolio member, but it seems that between our two opposition groups, we've managed to link culture and leisure to most of the council, so I might do a bit of a meander into various things in my 6 minutes, but I'll start with the obvious one. So, the leader talked about this budget being one that looks forward, looks to the future, and actually, from my perspective, this is the budget that invests in the future in terms of cultural and leisure facilities. It's the budget that provides a new swimming pool for the southeast of the city, and in answer to Councillor, I think it was Fielding, I've forgotten now, apologies, whoever talked about, yes, it was Councillor Fielding, yes, in terms of, is it the right place for it to put? There was a strategic assessment in terms of where a new pool should be located. That's in the public domain. It went through a cabinet decision-making meeting almost a year ago now, so that's there. And actually, this is about putting a modern facility with much greater services and things for people to utilise than anything we have had previously. It's a financially sound bid. It provides much more going forward, including a gym, studio, better improvements to sports halls, etc. It does more than just provide leisure services by supporting local high street in Milton as well, and it unburdens future council budgets as well by removing the need for an ongoing subsidy, which is a crucial part of this as well. So there are a whole series of different things that this new leisure centre brings, but most importantly it's a new fit-for-purpose modern facility for local people in Portsmouth, which is the kind of thing we absolutely should be providing. And there are a number of other things in the capital budget, including money for the new Theatre Royal, which again is about providing a sustainable future for an important venue in the city, money for the King's Theatre, again providing a sustainable future for a modern facility going forward. There's money for the Water Sports Centre, which we're very grateful is run really well by the Andrew Simpson Foundation, and it's going from strength to strength. And again, that's about creating a sustainable future. So here there's a clear theme about a sustainable future for culture and leisure, and for providing that healthy, happy, cultural city going forward, which a couple of people have mentioned. So that's the good news, the good things that I like to talk about in terms of our budget being put forward by the administration. I'll now move to the slightly meandering things that have been mentioned by other colleagues in the room. So this whole thing about when we should have elections, I'm not sure why we continue to bring it up. I think it's quite clear there are two perceptions about elections. Either we should have them because they're really good for democracy and accountability, and they provide an opportunity for the public to have a say on the people administrating the city, which is my belief, or elections are bad and we should avoid them in order to create stability. Now, I don't know about you, but I think stability is important. I agree with that. But actually, we've had the same group leader for almost 20 years. I think that's quite a lot of stability. Of those 20 years, we've been running the council for, and correct me if I'm wrong, leader, something like 16, 17 years. Not enough, indeed. And so I think that's quite a lot of political stability, to be honest. I don't think we are a council that can be accused of not having political stability or stability of leadership. I think that's quite sound. We've even had the same chief executive the entire time I've been here and beyond. So we've got quite a good political stability in the city. I don't think this piece around saving a whole £44,000 in the grand scheme of the budget at the risk of losing our democratic process is a good thing. Various people have mentioned Pride and equalities. I'm really pleased that's come up, because actually I met with Tally, the organiser of Pride, last week and have promised a grant to them for this year, as well as ongoing help and support to ensure they become a sustainable organisation going forward. They received that officially from officers this morning as well, before I knew it was going to come up today, so that clearly is nice to see there's a joint priority. Therefore, moving forward, St James's, it's not really in the budget, so I'm not really sure how we've ended up talking about it, but just to be really clear, so a little bit of basic maths. The current developer is offering to pay 3.9 million for the site. Over the last 3 years, the NHS has lost 1.5 million per year over that time due to the lack of development on the site. Now that means that the NHS is making a loss when they could have accepted our bid, which would have meant that all those losses would never have been occurred, as well as the council's bid being completely planning policy compliant, because obviously the council is going to put in a bid that meets its own planning requirements, including affordable housing, including creating public open spaces, including defending green spaces, including protected trees. So yes, so much of what Councillor Bosher says is true, but without the detail behind it, I think it's somewhat superficial. Is that the 5 minutes? Is that my timer? I've got 1 more minute, right, Lord Mayor? Thank you. And finally, I think that's false. Interesting things that people want to delete. BYOD, we've just come out of a pandemic which has demonstrated that the health and well-being of staff and people and workers is really important. One of those things is enabling people to work flexibly and using the devices that they're most familiar with, leading to better productivity, better flexibility, etc., etc. So it's a shame that people don't see the value in that. And finally, interesting to see the funding mechanism for the living wage. I've been a long proponent of the living wage. All the organisations I'm part of are living wage organisations, apart from the council, and we're on that journey to do it. And so I'm a very much strong believer that people should get paid for the work they do. However, the Labour amendment clearly demonstrates that it's only for 1 year, as it's funded by deleting a capital scheme, and that capital scheme would delete all the good work going into regeneration in the north of the city, even though we're normally ones getting blamed for not doing that. So, Lord Mayor, it's very interesting that we'll see a lack of a new police station, new fire station, new health service, in order to have living wage for 1 year and not an ongoing promise. So it's just an interesting disparity there. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dowling. Councillor Corkery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In the Labour Party, we are proud to hold dear as a first principle the defence of working people and their right to decent jobs, pay and conditions. As a party founded by working people to be their voice in a political system seemingly stacked against them, we make no apology for supporting workers and their trade unions to get a better deal. The pandemic exposed the fundamental role played by Labour in our society, as people were told not to go into work and the economy ground to a halt. But not everyone could be furloughed or work from home. And more often than not, it was the lowest paid who were so essential that they had no choice but to continue working, putting themselves in harm's way for the benefit of everyone else. The retail workers and delivery drivers who provided our essential supplies, the emergency service workers who were there when we needed them, the refuse collectors who prevented rubbish piling up in the streets, the council workers who ensured that key services didn't fail, the NHS workers battling against the virus on the front line, and of course the carers who looked after our sick and vulnerable friends, family and neighbours. As well as doing our bit to help out in practical ways within our communities, one of the first actions the Labour group did during the early days of the pandemic was to work with local trade unions to ensure key workers were getting the support they needed. We helped lobby for PPE, for testing and for proper sick pay. We then brought a motion to full council which not only thanked key workers for all they were doing, but pressed this administration to become an accredited living wage employer. A step which would have ensured all those working in outsourced and privatised council services receive at least the real living wage. The motion passed, but little progress has been made. We have lobbied and campaigned at every opportunity, including making it a top local election manifesto pledge last year. That led to the Liberal Democrat group running the council appearing to pledge to identify funding for this pay uplift in this annual budget. However, they then chose not to include the living wage for carers in their proposals. Clearly, paying carers a proper living wage is not a priority of this administration. But it is an absolute priority of our Labour group, of our Labour Party and of our Labour movement. That's why we have identified the funding as part of our budget amendment to pay all carers working in adult social care contracted services at least the real living wage in the coming financial year. with the ask then that the administration takes that year to identify the ongoing funding for future years. We will continue to fight for the rights of social care workers to a proper living wage, full sick pay and decent working conditions. They deserve no less.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. In reply to Councillor Corkery, I'll come to it straight away. Quite agree about the living wage, have no problems about it, but you'll pay for it this year by deleting some of those capital schemes, not least up at Cosham. But you've offered absolutely no idea how you would pay it subsequently. You can't keep on selling off capital projects and capital schemes in order to fund what you want to do. It's got to be embedded in the council's budget, and there's absolutely nothing from the Labour group about how that would happen. So in effect, if we were to agree your budget, we would pay them this year, and then next year they'd have it taken away from them because you haven't identified where that money will be coming from. But there is other good things in your budget which I look forward to, and hoping that we can see a bit later on how the administration might be able to incorporate some of those things perhaps later on. There's some good things. It's one of the more liberal budgets I've seen from the Conservatives for some while. But I would say to really, if anybody out there is listening, the alternative or the choices in Portsmouth are this, notwithstanding Labour, that do you want to be run by the Conservatives and have a Conservative budget, or do you run the risk that that take, or do you want to go with the Liberal Democrats who are delivering a prudent and pragmatic budget year after year after year and not gambling taxpayers' money, as we've seen with Victory Energy? And if we look to our nearest neighbour that's run by the Conservatives or around us, is Hampshire. Well, Hampshire are facing a £237 million black hole. And I have to say to Labour too, that's what happens when you go to 4-yearly elections. Nobody gives a damn for 3 years, and then the 4th year comes along and everybody panics about how far behind you've got because the scrutiny is missing for those 3 years. Whereas here in this council, this administration, this Lib Dem administration, whoever's running the council, has to come every single time and understand that it's going to impact the upcoming local elections. So it forces you to look very closely at what you're doing for residents in the upcoming year and what you've done in the past. We absolutely know that if the Conservatives had been running the council today, and I'm afraid with Labour support previously, they would have continued with Victory Energy and probably still would do now. And that means that the residents of this city, the council taxpayers, would be facing, well, it can't be quite certain, but anywhere between 20 and a £30 million black hole. Instead of the prudence that this City Council, for example, we heard at the recent Governance and Standards Committee, how this council, by being prudent over the last year, has brought in £23 million worth of income. And that's under a Lib Dem run council. I wanted to talk very briefly about the new proposed centre at Bransbury Park. I would beg members to think about younger people and to think about future generations, which is what this Liberal Democrat administration has been all about for so long. Delivering new sports and recreation facilities citywide. We heard about King George V playing fields earlier on and what we're going to do up there with the pavilion. That wasn't done when the Conservatives were running things, I'm afraid, but it will be done under the Liberal Democrats. And 2,000 swimming pools are closing a year in Britain. 2,000 because of the lack of investment from the Conservative government into these facilities that people need. There is an opportunity now to deliver a brand new swimming pool in the south of the city that co-locates with community centres and other community facilities. For goodness sake, don't chuck it out simply because of silly short-term political shenanigans. This is about investing in the long-term recreation and sports facilities for young people. Up at Eastney, I know because I run the portfolio for a while, the former Eastney swimming pool, it was most of the time shut. Or the floor was breaking through. Same with the pyramids. The floor was breaking through all the time. And it was costing hundreds of thousands of pounds to put these things right. And they were closed half of the time. So put your prejudices behind you. Think about the future. Think about young people in our city. And work to invest in facilities so badly needed into the future. And Bransbury Park would be one of those. And one day you could drive by there, or walk by, or cycle by, or whatever, and say, do you know what? I helped deliver that. I did that for all these young people who are now playing on the sports facilities and who are swimming in the pool and doing all of these things. There's just too much short-termism in this council. You have to think about the future. That's what our budget does today. And by the way, I'll go back to the clapping. On this side here, we support our leader. We haven't changed them 3 times in the last year or so, I think. And we're not clapping seals. You can all clap for a speech if you like, but we've already done our talking and we've already praised our leader for a very good budget, which, as he mentioned earlier on, hopefully will deliver no cuts next year compared to Tory-run Hampshire, which is facing £250 million black hole. That's what you get under the Conservatives' financial incompetence.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Gerardo, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wanted to take the opportunity to elaborate on a couple of aspects of the Labour Group's budget amendment, including our proposed increase to the Greening the City Fund and the creation of the Travel Safety Fund. Firstly, at present, the Liberal Democrat administration has only included £30,000 of new funding for the Greening the City Fund, combined with an underspend carried over from this year of £20,000. While it is very welcome to see such a fund, one that aims to increase green infrastructure, street furniture and trees, a total of £50,000 for a year across the whole city is not enough. Since the Labour Group motion passed at full council around enhancing biodiversity, the Transport, Environment and Community Safety Scrutiny Panel has been reviewing the council's policies and practices to ensure it's doing all it can to support local ecosystems. One key message that has shone through evidence from various experts, including the council's own landscape architects, is that the action that will make the biggest difference to enhancing biodiversity is through greening our streets. This is because, in a lot of ways, our existing green spaces are already considerably biodiverse, but our streets, many of which lack trees and shrubbery due to the built-up nature of our city, are lacking in biodiversity. That's why every tree we leave without tarmacking at its base will support our local ecosystems and nature. It's why every planter or parklet we can add to residential roads or high streets provides wildlife corridors. It's why every additional tree we plant in built-up urban areas will help to reduce carbon emissions. And these are just the environmental benefits. There are enormous social benefits to more street greening. It adds beauty to our neighbourhoods, is good for mental health as well as physical health. Over the past 8 months, it has been a great privilege to take up the role as Labour spokesperson for climate change and the green recovery. It has been a pleasure to work with Councillor Barrett and other opposition spokespeople on that brief, which has been very collaborative, open and transparent. I thank Councillor Barrett for her approach and for always considering our thoughts and ideas. One frustration among us is clear though. There is a lack of funding resources to do more of what the city requires to adequately respond to the climate and ecological emergency. I've spoken to many councillors from across the city and across this floor who are frustrated with how little they can do to green their local areas. That's why the Labour Group suggests increasing the Greening the City Fund by an additional £100,000, taking this pot up to £150,000 for the next financial year. It is crucial, though, that any fund like this should be completely open to councillors across the city, no matter their location or political party. Our local environment and the planet doesn't care what party we belong to. We just urgently need to work together to make the most effective, ambitious and swift actions to avert climate catastrophe. Secondly, my Lord Mayor, the Labour Group has proposed that £140,000 be put into a travel safety fund, with new funding towards road safety, active travel and highways accessibility projects. We've included this because in each of our wards we all have roads that are dangerous and require traffic calming measures to ensure residents' safety. In central Southsea, Talbot Road and the adjoining streets are an accident and near-accident hotspot. There have been flipped cars, constant damage made to residents' vehicles, standoffs between drivers, lots of reckless driving and extreme levels of traffic and pollution down these very narrow roads. Time and again we have raised this with council officers to be informed that there's no budget to implement infrastructural change to stop these issues for once and for all. That's not good enough. It is only a matter of time down roads like this that there will be serious injuries and even fatalities. But it shouldn't have to come to that for us to take action. And beyond central Southsea, it feels as often as once a week we hear of road accidents related to reckless driving. Indeed, just yesterday, the news reported deaths on Portsmouth roads have surged to a 10-year record high. In January alone, 3 pedestrians were killed in Portsmouth, which equalled the total fatalities recorded between 2013 and 2015. More investment is urgently required to implement more traffic calming and road safety measures to make our city safer. We can't be a council committed to pushing for more forms of active travel if it's becoming less safe to walk from A to B. My Lord Mayor, I hope that colleagues across the chamber today will see the importance of these schemes and the difference they will make to residents' lives and the environment. They will also make inroads to making our city safer, more equal and accessible to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joanna. Councillor Mellor, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The experience of our local communities, both individually and collectively, should be at the heart of any decision made within Portsmouth City Council. Portsmouth is a vibrant city full of people from all walks of life, with many of us having heritage from across the globe. I feel that the distinction between us all is an opportunity for us to showcase our differences and unite the collective experience of everyone in our city. Sadly, we know that marginalised groups in our society experience poorer outcomes and poverty, which impacts on their mental and physical health. They find it harder to access support, healthcare, education and friendship. Austerity has destroyed local provisions in our city, and the impact has not fallen fairly on everyone, and it's those who belong to marginalised groups who've been hit hardest. Added to all of this, the cost of living crisis is now placing a massive squeeze on households. That's why we want to put more funding into local money and benefit advice services, so there is additional help available to support people to maximise their incomes and manage their finances. We've become reliant on voluntary sector organisations and community groups to fill the gaps in council services. That is why we are asking the administration to commit to a pot of grant funding totalling of £100,000 to support the voluntary and community sector, to provide services that promote equality and tackle discrimination and poverty. The recent LGA peer review report suggested that Portsmouth City Council needed to build stronger foundations, emphasising on equalities, diversity and inclusion, and that it should build on the start made in respect of the equalities, diversity and inclusion agenda. My experience out in the community as a ward councillor and activist have laid bare the inequalities that exist across our city. Now, more than ever, we as a council need to be supporting the marginalised and vulnerable. The pursuit of equality has always been something close to my heart. I remember fondly the late Hilary Reid, a true local equalities champion, taking me under her wing and helping me to learn about local democracy and the requirements on councils to promote and further equality, diversion and inclusion. The new equalities funding we are proposing today is part of Hilary's legacy and contribution towards creating a fairer and more equal city. May I suggest that if we were to pass, a fitting memorial to Hilary might be to name the fund after her. The Labour amendment before you today is an attempt to divert some funding back towards those in our city who are most in need of help and support. We ask that you consider it carefully and hope you will lend it your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Gosling, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Once again, I'm quite shocked today that the administration tell us this is a budget for Portsmouth, and in fact, Councillor Hunter stood there and said this is a budget for future generations and for the young of this city. And yet, in this budget, we see school crossing patrols cut. We see apprenticeship posts cut. How is that helping the future of our city? So, looking closely at the apprenticeship posts, I know firsthand how important they can be. I spent my whole time at college defying the careers advisor and that I wasn't going to attend university. I knew that this wasn't the route for me. In fact, I managed to secure an apprenticeship and have since stayed with the company for over 10 years. How, when this council seems to have a problem with the retention of staff, and we have a city of young people, can we feel the need to cut these posts? Also find it interesting that Councillor Dowling today has mentioned about the funding for Portsmouth Pride that they've put in place today at the last minute before their budget. We've been speaking with them over multiple occasions to the point of they've not known if the trustees are going to be able to put on this year's event, because once again this council that stands here today and prides themselves on their financial impacts on the city have left this organisation high and dry with no hope of knowing what's going on.
Thank you, Councillor Gosling. Councillor Matt Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's, I think, a lot to say that I want to say that's good about our budget amendment. I think there are many proposals the Conservatives are making across the city that make a real difference, and I think we've heard a lot of them today. But first of all, I want to spend just a minute or two thinking about why the Liberal Democrats are so keen to go over past history rather than look at this year's budget and this year's finances. I can't help but saying that I think that the first and most important reason is that they want to distract from the fact that they offered £1 for a massive residential development site in perhaps one of the most staggering economic misjudgments in the last 20 or 30 years of this city. Just for the benefit of the leader, because he's been feeling particularly litigious recently, that's an opinion. And therefore not subject to libel or defamation, nor is it even something he can call the police for. I think it is staggering, ladies and gentlemen, that in the last couple of months we have a leader who feels that it is appropriate to conduct his debates via legal letters and calling the police rather than by proper civic discourse. And I don't think we can let the meeting go by without mentioning that, especially when the leader started his speech in such an aggressive and divisive manner. Well, if he wants a disagreement by proper civic discourse, I'm happy to give him one, and I have the legal understanding not to care if he sends me nonsense from his solicitor. So I just wanted to make that point clear, ladies and gentlemen, today. I think also we can't let the meeting go by without pointing out that the government gave to the Liberal Democrat administration £5.6 million above inflation. So if you're wanting to know why the budget is balanced, it is balanced because of Conservative government in central government. It is balanced because the government have, over the last 2 years during the pandemic, provided the City Council with more than £30 million to cover its lost revenue. It's balanced because the people of Portsmouth are still at employment because of the government's furlough scheme running to hundreds of millions of pounds, billions of pounds have had to cross the nation. It's balanced because the government has provided levelling up funding to the ports, to things like Hillsey Lido, because the government has been stepping in and investing in the nation and investing in Portsmouth. And for the Liberal Democrat administration to stand there and claim that it is their long-term financial prudence that gives even a moment of comfort to the people of Portsmouth, I think is frankly ridiculous. the only thing that we are seeing from the Liberal Democrat administration is claims of success off the back of raising council tax. Council tax going up, of course, year on year by the maximum amount every year it can under this administration. And yes, that is something that on this side of the aisle we don't like to see. But without being in administration, it is not something we can easily control, because the administration, as the leader noted, control the revenue budget. So if we propose a sensible disposal of land, yes, that is subject to administration control. So even if the City Council votes for it and thinks it's a good idea, you can say no, and that does block a lot of our budgetary plans. So, yeah, that is the case, and if the people of Portsmouth want the kind of prudent financial management that this city needs, then they need to vote in a Conservative administration to control the budget strings to the fullest extent. I also wanted to pick up on the fact that I think Labour have proposed some sensible things in their budget amendment. I just wanted to say that, contrary to what Councillor Hunt said, the plan to put 800 flats in the centre of Cosham is not particularly possible, nor do I think it is a particularly sensible plan for the future. In fact, I regard it as a slightly punitive response from this council administration to the fact that the Conservative Party won't support their grand plans in Lennox Point. And so Cosham must pay the price. Similarly, I note that the leader mentioned in his original speech that the lakeside, the success that this administration feels they've made of Lakeside, well, that's partly by selling part of it off for a posh garage and partly by a plan for the future to put yet more housing on it. So rather than the original plans to make it the prime, employment site on the south coast, what I see is parts of it gradually being sold, gradually being used for other economic purposes. I think that it's important to note that the budget that the Conservatives, the amendment that we have proposed, puts a large amount of security into the hands of organisations across the city that do fantastic work. Portsmouth Pride, the Hive, which desperately needs financial security for coming years, and also street wardens and traffic patrol wardens. But the one thing I want to focus on lastly is the absolutely egregious line, yes, it's not very much money, but the absolutely disgraceful line in the Liberal Democrat budget that seeks to take 10% of the value of homeowners living on the two caravan parks in this city, in Eastern Cranes Water and up at Cliffdale Gardens in Cosham. They want to charge owners of homes there, people who have fought the hardest for their little slice of England, they want to take 10% of the value of their home when they try and sell it. I think that is absolutely disgraceful, and indeed the last time it was in the City Council budget, Councillor Leo Madden said that it was socially and morally wrong. You are taking money from the least well-off in this city, the people who have fought hardest to own their own piece of property, and using it for your vanity schemes, and I'd say that to you that you should have your budget immediately. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. And before I call the next councillor, I'm getting a lot of noises off stage left. I don't know if I can complain about those people. Councillor Rob New.
Brilliant.
Rob New.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I mean, budget day is always a fun day, isn't it? So, I wonder what time we've all taken bets on what time we'll be going home. But ultimately, this is about what's best for the city. One of the things I can certainly say hand on heart as a Conservative elected to represent people in the city is I think that collectively, actually, we share the same aspirations. It's just how we get there, Lord Mayor. And on that point, I just wanted to also echo the thoughts of Councillor Gerarda around the greening of the city, and actually it's a real joy working together with Charlotte and colleagues around our aspirations that we have, not only about greening the city, but actually making it more attractive, and Councillor Gerarda made the good points about we actually have a diverse biodiversity and amazing, unique habitats, But some of those things have been threatened over the past year, and thankfully the council has put a stop collectively to some of those things. And that's why I was very pleased to see in our budget as well that there were increases to that same budget area so that we could continue on with that work and improve it and to enhance the city. One of the ideas that we had when we were the administration and that we put money forward for was the Forest School, Lord Mayor, you may recall, which actually I was pleased to see last summer finally started to take shape in Fox's Forest. But I think we need to go further. One of my pals in my Surfit Academy, Joel, I see every week him taking his kids to his forest school in the area that he lives in the UK. And it's truly brilliant seeing children connect not only with nature but learning about the natural world. And I think as an island city that is, a built-up congested area, it says a lot that we do have this green space, the forest areas, and that we can enhance it further. So I welcomed the investment from our budget and our group to build an education centre there, and I thank Councillor Hannah Hockaday for presenting those ideas forward and also for her tenacity in bringing those ideas forward to our group that we could present here today. I've had the privilege of working with the Hive, as I know many other colleagues have, and also with our MP Penny Morden. They're doing fantastic work, but I don't feel that the council has the relationship that we would perhaps hope to have with this organisation. Seeing firsthand the incredible work that they've done, especially over the past 2 years, really, which was kind of their shake-up, start-up period, has been just overwhelming in many aspects. And knowing that they support, I think it's actually around 29, 30 organisations. I think Councillor Smith will be able to correct me on this. It's incredible what they're doing, and I think we can all see the value in that. Least of all because those organisations that they're actually supporting are providing real support to the vulnerable, along with people like the Moving On project. Now, Lord Mayor, we've all fallen on hard times. I certainly have. And sometimes in life we need a hand up. And by God, some of the people in this city really need it, especially after the past 2 years. And so I'm really proud that we're presenting money, not only just in 1 year in some cases, such as with the Hive, but actually over 2 years, so that we can really give them the chance to get some proper funding from the City Council to be able to move forward to support those organisations, so in turn they can help support some of the most vulnerable in our city. The last organisation that I would like to talk about is Portsmouth Pride. So it's an organisation that's clearly dear to all of us from the comments that have been made today. And Councillor Lewis Gosling, my ward colleague and one of my best friends, has just spoken on some of the points. We were surprised to hear that they'd kind of been left without knowing whether they were going to get funding from the council. And I think things like that, knowing the value that they bring to our city, for all people actually. One of the greatest joys I remember is in 2019, the last actual real face-to-face event, was seeing my whole family. Now my parents are getting on a bit, I'm no spring chicken, but seeing my whole family and my aunt and uncle coming down to enjoy the day was really something, and for me it just showed how much we had kind of moved across. We even had Councillor Bosher and Councillor Scott Pater Harris hanging out with rainbow-coloured stormtroopers, which was a joy to see. But actually, I just want to really say why I thought this was important, because I know this is echoed again on the other side of the room with colleagues. They do incredible work. The community payback is endless. We don't even know or recognise the full potential that they're actually achieving. People that are perhaps in situations and family environments where it's not safe to them to be their true selves. Mental health is a real issue, and having an impact at a young age on many levels, and everyone's situation is unique, can affect who you are as you develop and you go through your formative years and into adulthood. Knowing that there's an organisation in our city that's run by volunteers, and I'm going to name check them now. We've got Dan, Tally, Aaron James, Chris, Ollie, Ryan from the HB, Matt Hill, Kim, Jennifer, Madeline. They're all volunteers, and they are doing the most incredible work for our city, and they deserve to have to know that they have funding coming from the City Council. And I truly think that this is an initiative that we should always look to support, that they do have the funding there to run their outreach programs, to run their main event, to run their arts club, to run their youth clubs, because I tell you now, we are richer for having them here in Portsmouth, and I'm so proud of them. But they actually don't just deserve to be here, to exist, to bring forward this event. They actually deserve to fly and to expand and to bring forward everything that's great about diversity and inclusion for our great city. And I think that hopefully our amendment here today, and I was pleased to see that colleagues have also included funding in their budget amendment, that we will be able to bring funding to them regardless of what happens today so that they have a secure future, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor New. Councillor Julia Smythe, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members will know I've spoken passionately about swimming lessons for young people and the need for a swimming pool in the south of the city. And I'm at least as passionate about public swimming and swimming lessons as anybody else in the chamber. But I am still worried about the site chosen. First of all, it's the traffic and transport. The planning permission for the St James development was recently deferred and might have been rejected because of the traffic problems around that part of the city. Second, there is going to be some loss of the green parkland, which I know lots of people local to the site are very unhappy about. Third, the access for some of the poorest communities in the city is very bad. How will a family in Charles Dickens get there? How will a family in St Thomas's ward get there, possibly from a HMO? We all know that when you've got, I know it's probably, they could walk, but it's very difficult to walk with a 4-year-old who's tired and cold and wet after a swimming lesson. How will, the Bransbury Park site is not accessible to pupils of, as accessible to pupils of Priory School, St Richard's and the Southsea and Charles Dickens and primary schools. It's near to Milton Cross, but it's not as accessible as it could be if it was located more centrally in the city. So I think we're still worried partly about the escalating costs and partly about whether it really is the best site in the city for that. For example, I mean, there are all sorts of things that I've suggested elsewhere for that, but it doesn't diminish my and our absolute passion about having a decent pool in the city, south of the city, accessible to schools and for parents and young people to learn to swim. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Point of order 39B. I spoke in my speech about Bransbury Park and the proposals coming forward. I think I made it quite clear in my speech two things. Firstly, I referred to the location and the fact that it went through a strategic location assessment that was done externally and then verified internally within the council. And it's a pool for the southeast of the city, not the entire south of the city, with other available things at the University Charter and St Edmunds. Secondly, there was a reference to, and I've lost my trail of thought, green space. There was a reference to a lost green space. I've been really clear the entire time I've been the cabinet member, including in my speech all of 20 minutes ago, that there is no loss of public green space at all in the Bransbury Park proposals.
Thank you for that point of order. Councillor Healy, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment to the budget. I'm just going to speak on this. If staff would like to circulate it? Yeah, you can circulate it, yeah. We often come to these budget meetings when we put our proposals forward, and at the end of the day, the administration agrees the budget, and sometimes we find we agree with some things that opposition parties have put forward, the administration does, and sometimes we agree with some of the things the administration has put into their budget. And sometimes we end up with a situation where, we would accept parts of other people's budgets. We've had an opportunity to discuss the proposals in our amendment with the Liberal Democrat administration led by Councillor Redding Jackson, and we've been able to come to an agreement on some of our proposals. The ones that we have found that the Liberal Democrat administration are prepared to accept include our proposal for the Equalities and Community Initiatives grant for grants to promote equality and tackle discrimination for £100,000. They've also supported our proposal for a money, benefits and advice grants to enable voluntary and community sector to deliver money and benefits advice services. I think that was raised as an important issue in speech by my colleague Councillor Fielding because of the cost of living crisis that we're about to experience. The other key proposal that has been accepted is to promote the Greening the City Fund, which is actually going up to £100,000, which is an ambition that we all have. We recognise that we wouldn't be likely to get some of our big proposals through because there isn't a support from other parties for this, but it doesn't mean we abandon our ambition to do things. I think we've set down a marker about the living wage because, as we all know, the crisis in social care is about how people are paid. So I think at some point in the future the Council is going to have to address that. And I think I was encouraged to hear Councillor Vernon Jackson saying that he wants to seriously address the issue next year. So in a sense we have put down a marker. So we'll be probably coming back next year to talk about this. I'm not going to go into any more detail about the proposals. My colleagues have already quite adequately expressed the reasons for why we support those. So this is the amendment that I am proposing.
Can you ask Councillor?
Councillor Mason, are you seconding this?
Lord Mayor, I'm seconding this and I would like to speak now. With your permission.
Carry on.
Thank you.
As the administration, we offered to talk with other groups to see whether we could find a way forward when we had published our proposals. Both Labour and all of the independents were willing to discuss with us, but unfortunately the Conservatives did not respond. We felt, however, that it was important, rather than to give the impression we had come to a compromise in a smoke-filled room, that each group present their own ideas, their own philosophy, their own priorities, before we come up with an amendment to set out things on which I hope we can all agree. The substance of this amendment extends our Council's support to a number of areas of need, mainly personal need, additional support for a family hub worker to operate from family hubs, providing mental health guidance to children. We have all seen during this pandemic that mental health has suffered, and especially the mental health of children has suffered. So this is something which we are very happy to take on board. Also, the Equalities and Community Initiatives grant. We know that in this city there is a considerable amount of inequality and a considerable amount of action which hurts people, and especially women and girls. Together with anti-racism, we need to address that. It's one of our priorities, but it has been brought up the list thanks to our discussions with both Labour and the Independents. And then money and benefits. Heavens above, we need this. Anybody who deals, as I think we all do, with people on a day-to-day basis in this city, knows that there are a large number of people who are suffering financial hardship, who are having great difficulties, and to have additional support for them in various ways, both through the Citizens' Advice, through the Hub, through the Hive. All of these things are of considerable importance. So we are happy to take those things on board. We are also very happy to extend greening of this city. We've spent a tremendous amount of money, and I would have to ask my colleagues exactly how much. We've spent a tremendous amount of money already on greening of this city, and it is a good idea that we spend more. We have a climate emergency. We need more trees. We need more green space. These things are important, and I personally am very pleased to see these things taken on board. But such things have to be paid for. And we're paying for this, as you'll see, by slight reductions, and they are only in many ways slight reductions, to the capital programme. We're deleting the Bring Your Own device. We're reducing the South Sea defence, not reducing the sea defences themselves, but some of the public realm enhancements around the Nelson statue. And also, we are deleting, for a year anyway, the festoon lighting. We were going to replace that. We thought it was a good idea to replace them, we still do. but it's one of those things which we can afford to push back for a year whilst we do other works on the seafront. And so we're putting money into the greening of the city, and we're putting money into personal support. This would appear to be a very sensible agreement between the Independents, the Liberal Democrats and Labour. And this amendment is an example of what mature politics is like. Groups not abandoning their principles, not abandoning their policies, but talking and then thinking together to be able to produce a better budget for the people of this city. I second the amendment.
First of all, thank you, Councillor Mason, and I think with the discussions going on with the City Solicitor, we'll now have a 10-minute adjournment, again, ladies and members, to sort out this. Members, round 3. Point of order.
I'd like to understand from the City Solicitor whether this amendment is actually in order as we are in debate.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave. Right, I'm going to look at Standing Order 45, which would seem to enable us to consider, with regard to budget in the debate, amendments on our feet, so to speak, in the sense that, having been moved and proposed, they are before the floor, irrespective of the debate having finished. I've referred to Standing Order 45B, which says paragraph A will not apply to the budget debate. Paragraph A says as follows. After introduction by relevant proposer, notice of all amendments must be moved and seconded before the commencement of the debate on the original motion, unless councillors otherwise agree. Clearly nobody's going to agree today. No councillor may move an amendment or further amendment during the course of the debate on the original motion. That is your point, Councillor Bosher. The get out of jail card is paragraph B. A will not apply to the budget debate. That's my ruling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I guess my further point is that this has not been conjured up on the factory floor in any shape or form. It's not been done. And therefore, there are members of this council who have not had sight of this when they stood up to speak. And I think that it is extremely disingenuous of Councillors Heaney and Mason to produce something like this 2/3 of the way through a budget debate. You could argue it's extremely anti-democratic, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I would therefore suggest, bearing in mind that Councillor Udy withdrew her amendment, so therefore if she so chooses to do so, she should be able to bring forward her amendment. I think we're in a situation now where anybody can bring amendments all the way through a budget debate if that's what they want to do. I would argue that there needs to be a reset here. Councillor Udy needs to be able to bring forward her amendment if she so chooses to do so, and those members that have actually spoken beforehand, if they should choose to do so because they haven't had the chance to comment on this, should be entitled to speak again.
It's not related to that point, you'll be glad to know. Just an update in terms of registering our interests. At the start of the meeting, I registered my interests, as I knew were correct at that point. Obviously, the Conservative amendment makes reference to an organisation that I'm a trustee of in the Moving On Project Portsmouth. So, following discussion with the City Solicitor, I'd like to register that as a personal interest, and that's the advice I've been given. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cawtrey, and that's noted.
I was going to say, that I don't think there's any provision for members to speak, but there is a provision for leaders to reply under Standing Order 38, which would allow the leader of the council and leaders of each group speaking on a debate to raise a comment in respect of any question on the tax estimates. So the leaders can speak relevant to the amendments, but I don't see there's any provision in standing orders that allows members per se to be able to comment and reply to the motions before the floor as amendments. So unless somebody tells me to the contrary, I don't think you can. I think leaders can. I'm happy to be persuaded.
Point of order, Councillor Atkins.
On that point, Peter, it says under the limitation of the time allowed for speakers, so 38 of the standing orders, no councillor may speak for more than 6 minutes on the question under discussion. The question under discussion has changed. There is a different amendment. So I would suggest to you that the question on discussion is no longer the same.
Councillor Atkins, I suppose what you'll say to me is question under discussion or in moving a motion or amendment. Ergo, that if an amendment is moved and we've accepted amendment, that members should be able to speak upon it. Now, if you put that to me, I'll take a different view. Are you putting that to me?
Yes, I am.
I would accept that submission, Councillor Atkins. Thank you.
I think we need to take a review of the Constitution if that is the basis, and the fact that we could end up with a myriad of amendments like this coming forward in the budget meeting after the majority of the chamber has actually spoken. There's nothing to stop me as a member bringing something forward when 39 people in the chamber have already spoken. I propose it, somebody seconds it, no debate on it whatsoever. I think what has clearly happened between Councillors Heaney and Mason, and I actually gobsmacked that Councillor Heaney did this, is create absolute anarchy in a budget debate by playing fast and loose with the standing orders.
Right, members, when does this leave us?
Carry on with the debate, Lord Mayor.
Carry on with the debate.
I call Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Crisis changes things slightly, doesn't it? Look, it doesn't surprise me that they've managed to swim around and do their own thing and change the rules. They do it in planning, where more of their cabinet seem to turn up than most meetings when they want to get things through or have an impact. But there you go. Right, look, thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you to the Leader of the Council for last year's budget speech. It would have seemed quite a long time ago. He spent a lot of time looking backwards, didn't he, but very little looking forward, maybe because he knew what he had up his sleeve. So he's presented this budget, or their amendment, as a budget amendment that doesn't require savings. He said there's no cuts to services, and it's achievable because, once again, they're raising your council tax. Once again, they are raising the council tax and dumping these costs into the laps of the people of this city. Let's not forget, from somebody who likes to look backwards, he did exactly the same last year. It's not as severe as last year when he raised it 4.9%, the highest he could possibly raise it without giving people their say. But that's what he's doing, isn't it? Dumping it into the laps of the residents of this city. This administration seemed very good, Lord Mayor, at surveying 5 or 6 people when they want to force through a residents' parking zone. They don't seem very good at asking people their opinion when it comes to big issues like their council tax or how they're going to be affected in their pocket, and issues like closing services and all that sort of stuff. Now, moving forward, he spoke about communication, didn't he? But history tells us that when it comes to communication, he doesn't listen. It falls on deaf ears. Let's look at his bid
for St James's, where for 4 years we asked for some communication. We asked him to tell us what it was all about, and for 4 years he ignored us. So, Lord Mayor, this Lib Dem budget is one of missed opportunity, but most importantly, it's one of broken promises. Where is the inclusion of the things that they said they were going to do but have failed? Where is the sponsorship for the Spinnaker Tower that they told us that they were going to secure? Where, Lord Mayor, is the money that's going to come back from the St James's bid that they, told us they were going to do and failed to do? Gerald's embarrassment there. And also, where is the plan to buy Southern Water, something else that they told us they were going to do but have failed to do? So let me put this in terms that I think will really affect and chime with the people of this city. If the Liberal Democrats had found a sponsor for the Spinnaker Tower, if they hadn't sold a piece of land that they gave away in the Tricorn, the people of this city could have 2 months free council tax. If they hadn't failed there, that's what it would have chimed to. 2 months free council tax, but instead they haven't got that. What have they got? They've got an increase. So let's look at the detail in what was their budget. I'm not sure what the budget is now, their amendment is now, but we'll go with it anyway. Swimming pools, and I'm sure that we'd all welcome the fact to have a swimming pool, but once again, we're only in this position, aren't we, because they've closed the others. They failed to consult about the pyramids. They closed it. They did the same with Eastleigh Swim Paths. They closed it, and we heard a deputation today from a member who said, where do the pensioners of this city go? No, actually, where do the families of the south of the city go? Where do they go when they want to swim, Gerald? Because you're closing all their swimming pools without asking them. So this is probably 4 or 5 years down the line. Where do they go in the next 4 or 5 years? They've also got a climate change advisor in there, whatever that is. But let's move on to what the Conservatives have offered. Okay, let's look at what the Conservatives are offering in our budget amendment. We are reducing members' allowances, demonstrating that we are all in this together. Okay, we appreciate that it's been a tough time, so we asked for a 5% reduction in members' allowance and 10% for those with special responsibilities. We've asked for the deletion of the Leaders' Initiative budget. In previous years, the Labour, who seem to be getting into bed with the Liberals again, have said school dinners over lavish meals. Now, we actually think community safety over lavish dinners. We think the safety of children over lavish dinners, which is why when the Lib Dems cut 21,000 from school crossings and through that sort of safety, we're putting in 40,000 through that cut. On school crossings, now look, I'm cynical about the Safer Streets programme. You've heard me talk about it before because I don't think it actually does anything to address the issue. It just dumps it into the laps of schools, and already overworked teachers are likely to be asked to not only become teachers and carers and all those sort of things, but also traffic wardens as well. But we think that should not be happening, and therefore we've left that money in there to help the areas around schools. Look, we appreciate something must be done. It's not right that parents pull up on double yellow lines, throw their children over the barriers, stop in the middle of roads, causing traffic jams when their children could walk to school and things could be safer. But we don't think that's thought out and well costed. Community safety, Lord Mayor, this is a theme that runs all the way through our budget, or ran all the way through our budget, and it's one that we're proud of, really, increasing the number of community wardens, but looking at how they work as well. So you almost have a local Bobby kind of approach to it, where people in neighbourhoods, disenfranchised, disengaged teens know who the community warden is, they know who they are and they can work with them, and then they can be deployed in different areas like the hot walls when you had problems down there in the summer. There's redeployable CCTV cameras in our bid, and also last year we asked for more lighting in street parks, and we've included that again this year, Lord Mayor. We think that look, as a teenager in the city, I would struggle to know where I belong. Okay, if I go to fast food restaurants, we're decreasing the number of seating in fast food restaurants because we want children to eat healthy. We put spikes in the middle of town centres because we don't want congregation. We have signs on shops saying one child at a time. So we want parks to be safe places, urban places that are well lit and welcoming. And I'll just finish off
road signs are in there. There is support for the third sector, Lord Mayor. As a City Council, we've let them down. We want to expand that with £5,000 for the Moving On project. And last but not least, Lord Mayor, the Green Agenda, £70,000 2 years in a row, meaning £140,000 in total, which actually does something tangible to address the Green Agenda, apart from putting one of our friends into a post with a budget with no portfolio, a portfolio with no budget, no decision-making power, and who avoids scrutiny. So we're actually doing something tangible by putting greenery on top of bus stops and things like that for our budget amendment, Lord Mayor. Look, I've run out of time, but can I say one more thing, Lord Mayor?
You've run out of time.
Okay. In that case, there we go.
Thank you. Count.
All right, I'm rising on 39A, Mr. Balfe and Lord Mayor. I'm afraid I have to say that Councillor Norton, I'm terribly sorry about this, but he's broken the debating rule of 34A when he said that members of the Cabinet turn up to the Planning Committee when they want to push things through that they want. Lord Mayor, factually that's impossible because on the Planning Committee there's 4 Liberal Democrats, there's 4 Conservatives and there's 2 Labour members. Even if they wanted to, the Liberal Democrats could not push things through that they wanted, as it were. But as it happens, it's not the administration's fault that the Tories don't show up most of the time.
Thank you. I'm afraid not. Councillor Saunders, please.
I am now. Thank you very much indeed, my Lord Mayor. I wish to focus on things that exist in this budget and a few other things that exist within my portfolio. And just to offer one of the interesting discussions this afternoon, Conservative colleagues have said, well, this is all government money. But the truth is this administration keeps getting government money because we're very good at spending it. I have to say, this city was mentioned 20 times in the Levelling Up white paper. That they don't do that, I understand, if you're rubbish. So we're very good at spending government money. Over the last year, for instance, we now have rough sleepers in this city that are below the government target. So much so that I'm actually having to ask housing officers whether we're going to continue to get government money because we're doing so well. Luckily, the answer is yes, for reasons which I shall come to in a second. Freed of the dead hand of Victory Energy, our energy team in this council now oversee a consortium that is providing more installations to more places than any other consortium in the country. That is not bad. Again, the Liberal Democrat administration spending government money really quite well. Indeed, I can tell colleagues, this I have to say startled me, that we're spending it so well that we actually put 275 solar panels on the animal enclosure, the energy centre at the CAF at Marwell Zoo. So if you go to Marwell Zoo, you will not only have the benefits of the animals, you will have the benefits of solar panels provided by this council under this administration. But it's not just around what we're doing. It's also about looking at the long term, as the leader and others have said. In 2018, we inherited no plan to build council housing. There is now such a plan. That plan, and I've checked this with officers yesterday, is for 651 confirmed homes, and with those that are in the pipeline, if they happen, that will take that list to over 1,000 new council homes that will be built over the next few years. That is a commitment to social housing and affordable housing, which I think is amongst the best in the country. And in addition to that, we're also buying back homes because you can't build your way out of the housing crisis in Portsmouth. You need to build, but you can't do that solely, and we are well on our way to exceeding a target which I have set, which is to buy back 500 ex-council homes by March 2024. But that's the current situation. Let's look at the future. Now, I do support the amendment of Councillor Heaney and Councillor Mason. People are shocked when politicians don't work together. and different political parties don't work together. I'm delighted at this amendment because I think it deals with three key issues. Firstly, greening. That is very, very important. Secondly, expanding debt advisors beyond the money advisors in the housing revenue account so that the rest of the council feel the benefits of it. So I'm delighted about those things. But I think the joy of that amendment is tempered by the full fat amendments from our Labour and Conservative colleagues. I have to say I was a bit disappointed to hear from Councillor Fielding and Councillor Corkery that, quotes, no progress or little progress had been made in delivering the real living wage. In the budget that I oversee, every single significant contractor is being paid the living wage. Indeed, to meet it in total, we have to find £7,000 more. So to turn around and say that we have made little progress as a council is, I have to say, a bit sad and a bit galling. And then I look at Labour's proposal or the full fat Labour proposal, I should say, for a living wage for carers for 1 year. Now last year, our Conservative colleagues decided to cut the council tax for 1 year on the back of, well, I always go backwards as well as forwards, just as you did, Councillor Bosher, when you mentioned me earlier. On the grounds that they wanted to stop a proposal to build 150 homes, to take 150 families off our waiting list. But because of the way they did it, it would have saddled council tenants who would still have to pay the debt without getting any of the money with £130,856 they would have to find every single year. And I have to say that the Labour proposal for living wage for carers reminds me of that. It's jam today and pain tomorrow. And I agree with pretty much everything Councillor Corkery says about the analysis. And that's why it's not right that we do it for 1 year and work out what to do next. We need a sustainable future for the long term. As far as our Conservative colleagues are concerned, I welcome the support for the Moving On project. Over the last few years, we have tried to make them more sustainable. I'm delighted they finally have got a shop on Albert Road, which means they can have a more sustainable future free of the dead hand of the state, and I understand that will generate more than £5,000 a year. I may be wrong, and I will check that very, very soon. So I'm not sure that keeping it within the sphere of the council is a good thing, but I know our Conservative colleagues are very, very supportive of MOP, and I'm delighted that that will continue. With regards to HMOs, I think this is a good solution, but it's the wrong problem. The problem isn't just HMOs. The problems are cases whereby the police are involved, social services are involved, the housing team are involved, and they have to work together, but there's nobody, frankly, who could kick backsides to make sure that they do work together. And that's why I'm working with officers to try and make sure that will happen, as well as the consultation on the new Tory policy of additional licensing. So I am absolutely delighted about this budget. I'm delighted that we've got politicians who work together. I apologise, Lord Mayor, for going over my time, but I'm just delighted that finally some grown-ups have worked together and we can have a budget for the long term for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders, and I'm delighted. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hello again, everybody. I thought I'd take another 6 minutes to first of all congratulate the Liberal Democrat and Labour groups on the fantastic piece of theatre we've been privy to tonight. Not often I get to go out to the theatre on a weeknight working my job, so it's been pleasing to be able to watch it this evening as you performed admirably, Councillor Corkery, caring about the living wage and how little progress the evil council has made, while you knew, and I put it to you that you knew, that there was a budget amendment about to come forward from your group which took it out again, thus making no progress on the living wage for carers. So I would just like to point out to carers of this city how much the Labour group clearly actually care about that particular issue. They also don't seem to care enormously, or at least to the tune of less than they originally did about the Hive, which is getting a mere 30,000 instead of, the 100,000 over 2 years that we wished to propose, which will actually cover its financial needs instead of sort of keeping it on life support. They don't seem to care quite as much as they originally did about the money benefits of the grants for voluntary community sector to deliver money and advice service. So was that the one you kept? That's the one you kept. The one you didn't keep is the additionally family hub worker, right, family hubs providing advice and guidance. So, some of the things that you wanted, you sort of wanted, but only so you could pretend you wanted them for the first half of the debate, and other things you decided that you wanted enough to actually keep in your joint amendment, now that apparently you are in a sort of informal coalition where you've agreed a budget before you come to the actual council meeting. Similarly, I want to applaud the Liberal Democrats for distracting everyone for half a debate by talking about ancient history in order to not admit that they're having to govern by going to the Labour group for permission to pass a budget. Which it appears that's what they're doing. And so that was also quite an entertaining performance to see. In terms of finishing my speech, I want to just return to the point I was making when I was cut off at the end of my last 6 minutes, because I want to explain it a little bit further. Both of you are now voting, assuming you vote for your joint budget, for a budget which puts a £10,000 or 10% charge on the sale of residential caravans in the two council-owned caravan sites. That basically means the people who own the least valuable homes in the city, the caravan site homes, somewhere between maybe 100,000 and 150, maybe slightly more for a particularly nice one, are going to be just immediately losing, by diktat of this council, 10% of the value of their homes. And I just want to ask you how any of you can think that is justifiable. And indeed, I quoted Leo Madden's comment last time it was in the budget that it isn't morally justifiable. You can find that money from our allowances, if you wish. You can find that money hundreds of different places. But those people are not the people that you should be taking money from. Just simply a community or two communities of maybe 100 residents each, and you think you're entitled to take 10% of their value homes just because you own technically the ground under which they sit. That's simply not justifiable. If you want more money from council tenants, put up council tenant rents. If you want it from the council taxpayers, that's what you have done, but spread the cost evenly across the city. And my proposal would be, take it from the members' allowances. You can find £50,000 there if you need. Tighten your own belt before you tighten the belts of some of the, least well-off homeowners in the city. Now, they're not the people who are worst off in the city, but they're certainly by no means the best off, and I think most of us in this chamber can tolerate that hit to our allowances more than people should have to tolerate a 10% take of the value of their home out of nowhere. So I wanted to return to that point and emphasise it, make it more clearly, because I do think that is a change that you should morally make in your budget regardless of what happens in the meeting today. I do think it is a shame that you haven't, and I guess it's because you did it before the meeting rather than actually today, taken on board some of the extra grants that we wanted to make definite for things like the Moving On project, for things like Portsmouth Pride, but there we go. Perhaps you will take them on board behind the scenes. But as I say, I just wanted to get up and speak for another 6 minutes on the new amendment, because I think it was a fantastic piece of theatre, and I look forward to your next performance. Bravo. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, 39B. Just to clarify something I think Councillor Atkins may have potentially misunderstood, our original amendment is still very much in play. It hasn't fallen or been withdrawn. If he's supportive of it, then I would invite him to vote for it later on.
Thank you both. Councillor Peter Harris, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think that's, Councillor Corky, that's called having your cake and eating it. I was going to stand up and speak about the original amendments on the floor, but as we know, the landscapes have changed rapidly in the last half an hour. Now, sorry, Lord Mayor, I'm going to use a cricketing analogy, because I enjoy a bit of cricket, as the monitoring officer knows. I play with a straight bat, and I believe in being honest and upfront with people. And generally, as the Chief Exec and the Section 151 officer and the monitoring officer will know, if I don't like something, or I don't like something that's happened, I will let you know. And quite frankly, at the moment, the way this new amendment has been put to the floor, quite frankly, and I'm quite disappointed in the two members that have put it, it's quite disingenuous. I had a lot more respect for you two guys. I thought you would have done the sensible thing and put it at the start of the debate, because in the spirit of the debate and the meeting, I think that's when it should have happened. And I am quite disappointed with some of the members of the council, especially those who have been here a long time. And I look at Councillor Mason for that, and I know Councillor Heaney's been around a long time as well. You can smile, Hugh, but I am disappointed. You know, I think it was a deliberate ploy to speak and to get this over when a lot of people have already spoken. And I just don't think that was right. And I feel sorry for Councillor Udy, who did withdraw her amendment on the basis of what she was told. I think that's very disingenuous, and I expect better of the leader. The things I do want to talk about, the things that mean a lot to me in the Conservative amendment, the likelihood of that being voted through now is low, because we've obviously had the stitch-up job. So I hope the colleagues in housing are not going to be surprised by the grant funding to MOP. I recently went down to see their shop. I asked a few questions. I said, what do you need for your rent? How does this pay for how that people? And in the end, we worked out a figure. That's how we come to the figure to try and support MOP moving forward. But actually, it's something I said at housing meeting recently, the housing budget meeting. I said we need to do things differently. And it's not just a buzzword that I use, and I'm glad you're nodding, Councillor Sanders, but it's something I really believe in. Now, we, myself, yourself, and Councillor Corkery know about the ongoing pressures in the housing budget. We know we need to look at different ways to work with services, fund services and organisations. And Councillor Corkery, I'm actually going to put this on you. The MOP idea come from something that you said, you know, and that was a suggestion of a hardship fund. And I took that on board, and I thought that's a brilliant idea, you know, and I think you were right about the hardship fund. I think your assessment was right. A fund is something that we should look at and ensuring that we can fund it in an innovative and diverse way. And this is what the Conservative Amendment does. I mean, Councillor Sanders is nodding, so I'm hoping that he does take it forward in the future, because I believe that MOP have had tremendous impact on people's lives who really need it, and they produce the goods regularly on little or no funding. And I don't think anyone here can dispute the work that they have done in the last few years. It's been nothing short of extraordinary, and I think Sarah and the team down there deserve actually a round of applause from everyone if we can, because their work's outstanding. So a small fund of £5,000 this year and next year could help change a lot more people's lives, but also ensure that MOP can do much more. You know, and I think that's something that now, you know, Councillor Corkery's got a chance to vote for an organisation who he believes needs it. So the onus is on him. I really hope he takes it. And it's the point that you just mentioned, Councillor Sanders, about houses in multiple occupation posts in our amendment. Well, actually, I spoke to the Director of Housing, Neighbourhoods and Buildings, as you probably would be aware that I would have done, and he wasn't against this. I thought it was quite a good idea. You know, he said to me, yeah, they would sit within the housing regulation team as a dedicated HMO officer, and that is all they would do. They would focus and live and breathe HMOs, because I believe, and the Conservative group believe, that we should strive to ensure that all those who live in poor conditions are given the same opportunity to speak up and ensure that the council is on their side in confidence and give them some credibility. I mean, we are taking that seriously over this side of the chamber, and I think the three of us within the portfolio, except the private rented sector has changed in the last few years significantly, you know, but the issues and perceptions around HMOs have not. And we need to be adaptive to those issues that are coming, and we need to continue to support residents and do it in a different way. You know, so I think having one officer who is dedicated and looks after HMOs is a brilliant idea, but that's not going to happen today, because we've already seen the Lib Lab pack has emerged. You know, I just hope the cabinet member can take on board the ideas and focus on those issues. We know where the meeting's going. I feel sorry for the Labour Party, because I actually think you've been mugged off a bit, to be honest. And I don't use that term lightly, but I think you've actually been taken for mugs, and they're going to literally rip you apart in May. So fair enough. But I mean, this hybrid, it's simple. The message from the hybrid budget is you vote Labour, you get Lib Dem. You vote Lib Dem, you get Labour. The only ones that are the alternative in this chamber are the Conservatives. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Swan, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, this is tragic. Tragic that the children of Cotner are being put in greater danger going to school. Tragic that Cotner residents are once again being ignored by the administration and those who prop them up on developments that are killing their communities. It's tragic that residents of Cotner and Anchorage Park will be at greater risk on our roads. It's tragic that the administration will not take the scourge of antisocial behaviour in our communities seriously. And it's tragic that such a grubby deal is once again seeing the residents of Copner and Anchorage Park slapped in the face and abandoned by the unholy alliance that brings this amendment here tonight and the kabuki theatre that we've all had to endure.
Thank you. Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. For the first year, I've been heavily involved in the budget, and before I start talking, I'd just like to place on record my thanks to Chris and Jules for answering my hundreds of silly questions, and to all the council officers for all their work on this budget. Obviously, these are challenging times. After over a decade of cuts, we've established 104 million. Can you imagine if we had 104 million to be playing with today, as well as dealing with the aftermath of a global pandemic? This has left us all with making crucial decisions about protecting the most vulnerable whilst maintaining ambition and creativity that thread through the corporate priorities and the city vision. I think you can tell a lot about the values of a council when you look at how it chooses to set its budget, and I'm very proud that this council is investing a further 7.2 million in children and adults, because it shows that it's a council that cares. Obviously, I want to make a few points on children, families and education, which is my portfolio, and highlight the extra 3.9 million that's been allocated, in addition to the 7 million which was added to the base budget in 2019. There have been a long-term challenge, and I think we're united on this, in controlling spending in children's social care. Society has changed, and it's a well-known fact that the demands on supporting families and protecting children have grown. A few years ago, Portsmouth City Council created a Stronger Futures strategy, which focused on 3 prongs. One is an investment in early help, or as I like to see it, as upstream. Second is actually dealing with the challenges we have now around family safeguarding, protecting the whole family, and also reunification where children have been taken away from their families for a temporary period. And finally, a Mockingbird model of foster caring, so that we have the most supported and trained foster carers. And the proposal that came from the PPP group around having a family hub worker focusing on particularly mental health is most welcome and fits nicely into our strategy around early help. The longer term aims of this are to reduce the high numbers of children in high cost placements. That is a significant reason for the budget pressure. Additionally, as children in care turn 18, they remain our responsibility, and as corporate parents, I'm sure that every single one of us would want to invest in those children's transition into adulthood as if they were our own. But just as is the case for any parent in the room, the continued care comes with a cost. It's reasonable to say that the pandemic was not an equal experience. The impact on the poorest families was disproportionate during the lockdowns, but we're now dealing with the long tail of COVID, and we are in completely new territory. We're looking at challenges around behaviour in school. We're looking at mental health challenges. We're looking at physical health challenges. We're looking at outcomes in learning being impacted. And also, really significantly, is the importance of social interaction and the way that we treat and respect each other. Of course, this is not the case for all children and families, but that it is for a growing number. As the budget report highlights, whilst next year's predicts no savings defined, not this year, Councillor Norton, we need to see this in the context of some of the most anxious, stressful and challenging times for many residents in the city, especially the most vulnerable, and we need to be prepared for some really tough decisions and continued pressures. Reassuringly, the budget consultation highlighted, and it was more than 5 people, budget consultation highlighted spending on children's social care and adult social care as 2 of the top 3 core business priorities. Residents in the city can recognise the importance in this, and they support our aspirations. My final points are really around schools. As councillors, we know that the budget for schools is ring-fenced as the dedicated schools grants, and it's not actually dealt with in this budget. Schools have increasing autonomy, particularly as they become academies, yet they remain a crucial and integrated part of our responsibility to support every child to flourish. Through the Portsmouth Education Partnership, we have created a close working model, and our commitment to inclusion pulls all academies and local authority maintained schools and our partners together. The City Council's obvious investment in special educational needs provision to meet growing demand is the right thing to do. 3.5 million last year, over 2 million in the previous years, and a further 0.5 million in this budget.
so that children with additional needs have the high quality education that they deserve. I just want to raise a couple of points that have been raised in the Conservative budget. The thing about crossing patrols, and I know it's got really emotional here, these are unfilled posts over a long period of time. We have actually tried to employ more crossing patrol people, and we did a campaign on this, and it's very difficult to get people who only want to work 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. And if anyone can, there are spare spaces still, so if anyone wants that. I do find it really curious that the Conservatives actually want more crossing patrols, but they don't want empty schools without vehicles on them as part of the school streets trial, which we know the pilots have been very successful. The other point, briefly, and I think maybe we just need some conversations around forest education, because we've been meeting with two separate groups around Forest School. One of them is in Fox's Forest as well, so I don't know whether we're talking about the same thing. But I think when I took on this portfolio for education years ago, there was a budget line from the previous Conservative administration around this forest school, but when I tried to make inquiries, there was no detail behind that budget line, and so I couldn't further it. So I just engaged with the people that I thought that they were being referred to. Since then, of course, we've got Little Bears Forest, we've got Nature Nursery. Things have moved on with this, and I actually think the other sorry, can I just finish my sentence? The other notice of motion around nature is actually maybe the way to go, but I'm quite happy to have conversations about that. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Symes, please.
Well, I'm probably going to be a bit of a disappointment because I'm not going to talk about the budget per se. I was going to stand up and say that I agree very much with what Judith Smythe said about swimming pools. But I think, as you weren't here, I'm also going to upset the leader by going back in history a little bit. Now, when Victoria Swimming Pool existed, it was closed down. No conversation about it, even though we presented a petition. And the people in Portsea and everywhere else that, did really want to keep a swimming pool were told it was perfectly all right. The university were going to build a swimming pool and they'd have somewhere to go. Well, we're 12 years down the line, so I hope you pay attention to that little fact, because we're told that Bransbury Park, if built, will be finished in 23-24. We'll see if that happens. I also agree that it is probably not the right place, because if you're going to have a swimming pool with all those facilities, you're going to bring a huge amount of traffic. Now, over the last week or two, there's been a huge outcry because there might be some camping down at Cockleshall Gardens, and not the gardens, but the area, the sports field. And you've heard about traffic, noise, disturbance. You imagine the number of people that want to use that facility, and there'll be 5 or 10 spaces are there at the moment. I know they're doing a parking survey, but it's not going to anywhere near be able to create the number of spaces without removing green space, which they then can't re-provide. So I think we have to be very careful what we wish for. We heard Councillor Hunt talking about leisure centres. Well, during the Lib Dems term, from 2004 to 2014, they paid a company upwards of and amounting to, at the end, £600,000 a year to run them. They then turned one of them over to a not-for-profit South Sea Leisure Company that lost £4 million. So if that money had actually been spent on maintenance and looking after those facilities, then maybe we wouldn't have had facilities that were in such a poor state. So, yes, I know everyone does their best, and I think the Liberal Democrats do the same, Labour do the same. We all want the best for the city, but sometimes we have to be very careful what we wish for.
Lord Mayor, point of explanation. At the risk of repetition, Lord Mayor, reference has been made to Bransbury Park swimming pool proposals throughout the speech that Councillor Symes just made. I'd just like to explain some points which I've already explained, but as they've been brought up again, I feel the need to repeat myself. Number one, the proposals involve no loss of green space whatsoever. Number two, you've made a clear public pledge.
Did you say no loss of open space?
There was no loss of open space. Just to be clear, no loss of open space. No loss of green open space, Lord Mayor. You made it clear that Parking will form a considered part of the planning application, and we've also made a public commitment that no proposal will be brought forward unless a suitable parking solution is found and put to the planning committee and therefore the wider public. I've talked extensively about the location and the use of it through public transport, the closeness to... It's not a speech, Lord Mayor, I'm reacting to points already made. And
Councillor Dowling, it's just a little bit longer than a point of order, but I've got it.
You've got it.
Okay.
And finally, the university pool will be open within 2 months.
Councillor Bowser, please.
Sorry, my Lord Mayor, I couldn't hear Councillor Dowling because I had somebody yelling in my ear. Could we ask to hear Councillor Dowling again without interruption because I missed it?
No, because I couldn't hear him because of you, but never mind. Councillor Bowser, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I think probably the last 5 minutes and pantomime that's been going on, you could probably lay at the feet of Councillors Heaney and Mason for actually bringing the budget debate into a complete farce. Let's roll it forward 12 months, when no doubt the leader of the City Council will be talking about past history. But we now face a situation on the back of this where we could have dozens of amendments coming forward 2/3 of the way through a debate. I think it is a good idea, Councillor Pater-Harris, in that respect, because it is sad that 2 members of the opposition group that I sort of looked at, and Graham Heaney has been a councillor in the past, probably back in the middle noughties, and Councillor Mason's probably been a councillor for as long as I have, that I viewed with a degree of decency and integrity, of actually just all that lot's gone up in a puff of smoke with what is essentially game playing with the residents of Portsmouth's lives and their safety, because that's exactly what it is. This whole thing has been put together probably a good week or 2 in advance, judging by what it is, and it has been deliberately withheld from the City Council during the debate to try and stifle democracy, because that's what we're talking about. So when Councillor Vernon Jackson stood there in 2018 or whatever, when he became the leader again, and was talking about openness and transparency, well, this is a very public demonstration that you can't believe a word he says, because there was every opportunity, Councillor Heaney, for you to table this at the start of the meeting. You chose not to do so. You could have done, but you didn't. And we've heard Councillor Hunt in his first speech have a little go at the Conservatives working with the Labour group, probably knowing full well that actually that's exactly what they were going to do as well. And the person in this chamber that I probably feel sympathy for the most is Councillor Udy. She has been completely and utterly stitched up by the leader of the City Council. I think she has probably given her ideas to the leader of the City Council and said, that's what I'd like to do, Councillor Vernon Jackson, as a means to support the budget. He's given you warm words and we will actually subsume that. But actually, this shows that he had no intention of doing anything of the sort, because if that was true, some of these things would not be included in this amendment. What they've effectively done is they've used you to take good ideas from you and build it into a Labour amendment with a Liberal Democrat seconder. So it probably is very much a case of, well, Councillor Udy's probably standing down in May, so we can just toss it to one side. That's how I would take it if that was me. This, quite frankly, Lord Mayor, is very childish, and it sets a precedent for the future. But assuming that this has been put together on the shop floor, which I very much doubt, the opposition spokesman in the Labour group for traffic and transportation could have had the opportunity to reinstate school crossings, but he chose not to do that. So when Councillor Heaney sits there in traffic and transportation meetings and talks about process, doing it the right thing, are we following the right protocol, is actually endangering the lives of children walking to and from school. That is my view, Councillor Heaney. That is what you've actually done with this game playing that's actually been going on. You could have put the money back in there. If it had come from the shop floor, as I've said, there could have been the money for Pompey Pride. But there's nothing in here, so clearly you don't care about those communities. There's nothing in here for Hive. Councillor Corkery, as he said, is a trustee of Moving On Project Portsmouth. You've already declared the interest, you don't need to keep declaring it.
Councillor Mosher, we'll take the point of order.
39B, clarification. There is a specific reference to the Pride event within this amendment, and there's £100,000 donated towards that pot, which is significantly more than the Conservatives were proposing to allocate to funding of that type.
Quite sure what point of order that was, because I don't think I've actually misrepresented Councillor Corkery because I didn't mention his name. But with regards to Moving On Project Portsmouth, there's no mention in this of actually putting money forward. I find it very disingenuous that we are here and we are where we are. Clearly this has been worked up well in advance to actually bring something at this 11th hour. All I can say is for those people planning for 2023 and the budget meeting, you better book breakfast and you better bring your sleeping bags, because we're going to go back time and time and time again and revisit this if these little shenanigans from two people who've gone significantly down, in my estimation, Councillors Heaney and Mason, for being sucked into some sort of game playing with your relevant leaders.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry. I do feel I need to jump to the defence of Councillor Mason and Councillor Heaney. The rules of the debate, as I understood it, point of 39B, is that somebody who has spoken can't speak a second time. Therefore, as leaders of the groups and deputy leaders, we couldn't speak again in terms of moving it. So Councillor Hugh Mason and Councillor Graham Heaney have very kindly. Can it?
It's not with him saying no name.
Members, sit down. I'm just going to take a bit of advice from the city solicitor. It would seem that your thing is wrong. Leader, I've been told by the city solicitor that you are not complying with the rules and therefore no more. No. I've ruled, city solicitor have told me you're out of order.
I'm very happy to, except the standing order says a member who has spoken may make a short explanation.
Members, both of you.
I'm very happy to apologise to Mr. Bolt, but clearly the advice was wrong.
This can be said in his summing up, can't it? The leader can say all this in his summing up.
Yeah, I've just been reminded, Leader, you could say what you like when you sum up. So just hang on a bit. Councillor Hannah Brent.
Look then, did you, Lord Mayor?
I keep answering to Councillor Hannah Hockaday still, so I'm so sorry, Ryan. It's going to take a while to get used to it. At the beginning of the...
Hannah, before we start, we have a point of order from Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I waited patiently to respond to what Councillor Bosher said, because I don't normally get irritated, but I've never heard such a confection of nonsense in this chamber. The standing orders are different for the budget for a very good reason. Councillor Bosher may or may not remember that we once had a budget meeting where every person's budget was voted down and there was no budget, and then we had to negotiate a compromise budget during the meeting, effectively. It was a pretty challenging process for the previous Director of Finance, I remember, but that then became an amendment that was not actually debated at the beginning of the meeting. So there was a very practical reason for that. I understand he may be upset that we've taken the opportunity to talk to the Liberal Democrats about that and have persuaded them to accept some of our proposals, but that's not my problem, that's his problem.
Members, what's happened today is, in my opinion, and I've only been here 15 and a half years, it's the first time ever I've had this at a meeting, but as it is within the rules, we've just got to live with it. Back to Councillor Hannah Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So when I came into the chamber today at 2 o'clock this morning, I knew that I wouldn't be able to support the Liberal Democrat budget. And always heard from Gerald Fanning Jackson in his opening speech of us being vicious Tories, but now I think with this Lib Lab amendment that councillors need to take a moment to reflect on what they're doing, as I fail to see how it's a budget for the future based on some of the proposals of what you want to deliver and include. So 2 items in particular that I'm going to focus on is the item 42, the Henson Road and Cliffdale Gardens sale of park homes, which is $50,000 for 3 years. Now, I've spoken to a number of residents who were outraged, and I literally spoke to someone at 12 o'clock today who highlighted that they wouldn't be able to sell their home if they are going to be charged 10% on top of the cost of their home. They wouldn't be able to move on to either a residential home into a care home because the council want to take 10% of that money and distribute it elsewhere in housing. I think it's completely outrageous, and if we actually look at who predominantly live in these homes, it's mainly elderly and retired, and we have them in Cliffdale Gardens and in Henson Road. There's about 120 of them roughly in total. So it's not going to be used, this charge isn't going to be used to be invested into the park or the area where they live to benefit the residents of that area, but it is going to be subsidised to housing and put into this budget. And to me, and I know our Section 151 officer has said it's not speculative, but what if the homes weren't sold in the next 3 years? You know, where would this $50,000 per year be generated from? That's just a big question mark. Maybe you want to answer it, I don't know. Councillor Atkins did highlight that in 2007 this was put forward, and a resident gave me and my colleagues the post from the news about this charge, where Councillor Liam Madden said at the time, and I'll quote it, wherever we are, there will be an impact, but a very small impact. I think the charge is socially and morally wrong, and it's unfair as well. So 15 years later, why is it back in the budget? I just can't see how you can all now justify, if you're all working together collectively, how you could justify it. Are you going to put this in all of your literature in Eastney and Grainswater and Cosham as well? I hardly think so, because it's certainly not going to win you any votes. Moving on to item 48, the school crossing patrol. Now, actually, if you have a look at the line, it says that there's not going to be any impact on service users. Well, I think there will. So if you remove 8 posts, one of them being in my ward in Cosham, that has a detrimental effect to families, to children crossing the road. And I appreciate you can shake your head, but let's also think over the last 2 years we have had a pandemic, and sometimes not all people that may apply for these jobs could be retired, potentially elderly, and if in this pandemic over the last couple of years they've been children, they may not apply for a job like this. So I think, you know, by removing it entirely, I think it's completely ludicrous. Through the Lib Dem budget, you refer to your consultation here, where your top 3 priorities are collecting bins, keeping the city clean, brilliant, that's what we all want, ensuring older people and vulnerable adults are looked after. You're not doing that by putting a charge onto their caravan to the park homes, supporting education, early years and children with special educational needs. Now, in our budget, we have put forward the amendment to include money for the education, and actually, Susie, Councillor Horton, that's something that I will speak to you about, down the line, with having this forest school. My daughter was really lucky at Court Lane. She used to go to Highbury School, to their forest school that they've got within their grounds. But there are some schools in the city that don't have that luxury, so actually having a proper education centre in the main forest of our city, I think, is so important. Recently, myself and my ward councillors, Lee and Matt, we met a community safety officer, and actually he was known in Hampshire by everyone, and this is something that within our budget we're putting someone forward in the north and in the south who can work with schools, who can engage young people and families, and who's just really visible every single day. Oh, excuse me. But lastly, I'm really, really proud to support the Conservative amendment and all the hard work that Simon, Ryan, Terry and Scott have put forward into this, and I really hope that it will go through. Thank you.
Thank you.
9B. I just want to make it clear that the school crossing patrols were deleted is because for years, previous administration and this administration, there have been so many vacancies that they've just sat there as a budget line. So I remember doing some work, I think Councillor Stagg did some work with Councillor Donna Jones at the time around trying to recruit. There have been lots of efforts to recruit, but I just want to make sure it's clear that they are not people in post being deleted.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Hopefully people will stop sort of talking in front of me, because obviously...
Yes, members, if we can stop all the mumbling, we can listen to what the members are saying.
I think the whole thing tonight could have been avoided if the Tories had spoken to the administration about their budget amendments, Labour had spoken to the administration about their amendments, and then come to a consensus. Because Tories didn't do that, we're in this sort of mess now. Now, it's not really a mess because it's all within standing orders. And we might be disappointed about when things were tabled and what time it was tabled. But at the end of the day, we have to pass a budget, and I can't get upset if there's an additional support for Family Hub, if there's a Qualities and Community Initiatives grant, and hopefully called Hilary Reid, because I knew her very well, and that promotes equality. I can't get upset about that. I can't get upset about money and benefits advice grants, and I can't get upset about a grant to Hive supporting poverty strategies. We have to set a budget, and it's about time we just actually looked at what things we are going to set as a budget, and not whether it's a personal attack to us, or whether it's an electioneering, or whatever you're doing. Because you're all at fault. If you had talked to the administration, we wouldn't be here now. I'd like to thank Chris, Claire didn't do that in her speech, I know she's done it sort of privately, but he worked with us and the officers, we worked with the administration, they know our feelings about when this was tabled. Let's just move on. We need to move on, and we need to get a budget through and make sure that it's not actually in election leaflets, and you give it to people who actually have put these things through because for the benefit.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kimberly Barrett, please.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I've listened with interest to a number of comments and suggestions made today, and whether some were meant to be bar points, I prefer to look at the positives from what has been said rather than to take some of it in a negative way. The fact that every party here has acknowledged the need to make sure that we continue to fund greening opportunities across the whole city, wherever possible, is a huge thumbs up from me. We are a densely populated city with an urban environment, so we need to do this wherever and whenever possible. Green the grey has become a new favourite saying of mine, and I hope it catches. There will always be projects we can invest in, so thank you. So I want to acknowledge what we have been doing, but also credit where credit's due. That's always been something that I have said. A number of councillors across multiple wards, across multiple parties, are also providing funding from their SIL pots to also add to the community projects. All really good things and something we should be really pleased about. I do want to highlight, though, something that Gerald touched upon. What fantastic news that since we came back into administration, we've invested over £51 million in regards to environmental projects across the city. Just to add, and it may not be in what we found out, I've also just approved in the last few weeks another £25,000 towards 3 new community projects from the pot. I think it's also a must that I give my public thanks to the officers who I've been working with since coming into this cabinet role. Andrew and the energy team are worth their weight in gold. I think we can all agree with that. They're doing superb work, not just for our own residents, but across multiple councils across the country. They're leading the way in their field, winning us green awards, and have managed to obtain over £33 million in funding and grants, something we should all be very proud of. Our greening team have also been absolutely fantastic. I have to mention Zoe and Bethan. They're a fantastic team, and they are working across the green and clean team and public health. We've managed to secure, with their work, £79,000 for funding from Forgotten Places in the Urban Tree Challenge Fund, which will ensure a greater tree cover canopy across the city, but also help us celebrate our Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Our new Principal Strategy Advisor, Christina, has been a godsend in regards to the work we've been doing towards our carbon budget. Across all departments, decarbonisation, working with the large employers and towards our net zero target that we will hit and we have to hit. Therefore, I am so disappointed that it seems that some councillors seem to have no understanding of this significant role and the huge amount of work this officer has already put in. This is being done to make a huge difference into the lives, health and well-being of our residents now and in the future, so that we as a council can hit our targets, make their lives better, and be doing our part as a council to fix the awful mess that we are in right now. I hope she is not disheartened with what she's heard today, because I know she's actually listening to this for the first time ever to see what happens in a full council. So my deepest apologies, Christina, and know that we do treasure the work that you are putting in. I believe as well that I'm sure my opposition colleagues can back me up, saying that all the officers that are involved are working extremely hard and have been providing lots of important information in each briefing and cabinet meeting, which is also then made public for everybody to have a look at. However, once again, trying to be positive and get on the positive things, I really do want to echo and acknowledge my delight in being able to work with like-minded people in Councillor Gerarda, Councillor New and Councillor Rudy. It really has been a joy to work with them, and I personally feel that it's been working well. We are able to share ideas and talk, be open with each other, and that is something I always welcome, and it is the kind of relationship that you really want with fellow councillors. It really is collaborative work. Education alongside greening issues and the climate emergency is an absolute must. I am also pleased to say, just so people are aware, that I'm helping out a number of schools across the city to find opportunities to enhance their green spaces in their playground areas. Whether this is pointing them towards SIL funds, the greening pot that we have, the SIL crowdfunding opportunities or outside grants and funding, it's been amazing to see so many schools with eco-councils and just those who are generally taking the initiative. These kids are our next generation, and to see the passion and knowledge that they already have is heartwarming. We need to take lessons from them. It's also been great to be able to get outside organisations involved, such as the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust, Wilder Portsmouth, Stop the Sewage, Friends of the Earth, and there are more coming forward. They want to work with us as a council. They want to work with the schools. Fantastic news as well. Collaborative work is always a must, which is why I'm so pleased with this amendment. I'm really happy to support it today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dowling, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So Councillor Atkins and others have accused us of theatre, so I wouldn't want to disappoint. All the world's a stage. We here today are mere servants to the people of Portsmouth, and the people who elect us and put us here today. Now, it's interesting. I think most people in this chamber would agree that we should engage, we should consult with the public, we should talk to members of the public on an ongoing basis to inform our policy decisions, inform how we behave, inform the decisions we make. Now, interestingly, Councillor Bosher, amongst others in the Conservative group today, have talked extensively about how he believes that this Lib Dem administration doesn't consult people, and yet in the Conservative budget amendments, the whole thing is funded by deleting things which enable that consultation and engagement, like 2 positions within the comms team, for example, whose job is to engage in the outside world, especially with members of the public, like deleting flagship, which is a crucial part of the council's ability to communicate with members of the public. Yes, social media is an important part of how we communicate now, but that's not to say that we should delete other forms of communication either. So I just think there's a real difference there in what we're saying versus what we're doing. There's an interesting projection there of their own feelings perhaps onto us. Maybe they should look at their own budget amendment and how they've chosen to fund it. Interestingly, we've actually had greater year-on-year engagement and consultation with members of the public ever since this Lib Dem administration came in. Over the last 3 years, engagement and involvement in our consultations has gone up year on year, including in our budget consultation, which has helped inform today's decisions. So I think that's a really, really positive thing. And lastly, before I sum up on my 6 minutes, very nice to have an additional 6 minutes, by the way, Lord Mayor, there will be no loss of public green space at all with the Bransbury Park proposals, which will be coming to planning very soon. So really the question in front of us today, Lord Mayor, I think Councillor Smith summed it up really well, is whether to vote or not to vote. That is the question, and I hope people will choose to submit and vote for our budget along with the amendment, which I presume will be subsumed into this substantive, because we need to do pragmatic politics, we need to serve the people of the city, we need a balanced budget, and we need this meeting to come to a close. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Bosher. Thank you, Councillor Dowling, and I believe you are looking for a new job in the King's Theatre and looking for people. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yeah, thanks, Lord Mayor. Councillor Heaney earlier was correct that this has happened before in the council chamber. I've been here a fair while back to the days of Ian Gibson, and I've been here before when the one party submits an amendment to its own amendment. That's happened before as well. So there should be nothing unusual about that. And it's a shame here that the Conservatives are so much believe in their proposal that they're all drifting away. I see only 1, 2, 3, half a dozen left at the moment. Perhaps they'll come back a bit later. But they talk about democracy and respecting democracy. They're continually leaving the chamber and not listening to other people's... Maybe she's going to the toilet, Councillor Mason. All right? And they say that we should respect democracy. Well, they just keep disappearing out the door. But anyway, let's get by that. I need to mention Councillor Swan, but he's gone too, I'm afraid. He mentioned about the Liberal Democrats not caring about Copner. Well, of course, it's complete nonsense. I mean, I could argue that the Conservatives didn't care about the residents in Copner elsewhere. They closed Kingston Crescent Police Station. The Conservatives closed Copner Fire Station. The Conservatives closed Southsea Police Station. The Conservatives closed Cosham Police Station. Did they do it because they didn't care? I don't think so. And it's a stupid charge that you just throw around. They did it because of budget cuts from the Conservative government. The question really is, does the Conservative government care? I don't think the Conservative government gives a monkeys about ordinary people, quite frankly. Individual Conservative MPs probably do, but they're constrained by this rotten Tory government. So of course we care about the residents in Copner, we care about the residents in Cosham too. But it's a policy that's coming into our city of 17,700 homes, which is driving policy decisions that we have to make here in the council. And I hear Councillor Atkins and the Cosham councillors complain bitterly about 850 homes that will have to go to Cosham. They're going to fight it, I think, which your government's policy, councillors, that they're going to fight it bitterly. But if they do, then it begs the question, what happens to the new police station there? What happens to the new fire station there? And what happens to the new ambulance station there? Now, Councillor Vernon Jackson said people should be mindful of how they vote on particular issues later on. And you have to be circumspect about all these sorts of things. So if you say you're going to attack that policy and vote against it, you need to think very carefully about what it actually means. In the same way, we're going to see probably 1,000 fewer homes at Tipner, and those 1,000 homes are going to have to go somewhere. And if 850 homes aren't to go in Cosham, that's getting on for 2,000 homes that have to go somewhere else. Well, where are they going to go? Drayton and Farlington? There'll be a hue and a cry about that, won't there? They're already opposing any more housing at Milton, along with others, so it can't go to Milton by the look of it. Where does it all end up? In Councillor Corkery's ward, which is the most densely populated ward in Portsmouth already? I doubt it. So everybody has to grow up. It's not our fault that the government are imposing these policies on us. We have to manage them the best way that we can. And if you want to be partisan about it, then you need to accept the responsibility of supporting such a rotten government. Then I say, no, you don't care if you carry on supporting them and giving succour to them. But don't blame this council when it has to join together, has to come up with sensible policies around money as a result of a 50% reduction in the Conservative government's funding for this city. And I do accept too that when you talk about the community wards, that's great, that's fine. I welcome 2 more if we could get 2 more. But I'd rather have those 1,000 police officers back that the Conservative Police Authority and the Conservative government cut from Hampshire and is impacting crime in Portsmouth and is seeing drug dealing going up. And when it comes to doing those more liberal approaches towards dealing with drug dealing, you're opposed to those too. So every which way we turn, the Conservatives just oppose. That's all they do. They're there simply to oppose. They'll oppose everything and anything. So I'm very grateful for Councillor Smith's speech earlier on. She's quite right that we should all just get on, grow up. We have to accept that Conservatives and Labour got together in 2018 and 19 and we got on with it. This is the way it is. I've finished.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I'd just like to remind members, this is a budget meeting. We tend to stray off into the realms of, really political discussions. It really is Portsmouth's budget meeting. If we could keep it to that subject, I would be appreciative. I'd like to get home today rather than tomorrow. I now call upon Councillor Atkins.
Sorry, I don't think I have the right to speak again, not unless someone introduces an amendment first.
I'll introduce that amendment.
Sorry, you're showing up on my IT, which obviously certain members know how good I am with IT. Lee Mason, Councillor Lee Mason.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I really do want to speak more on couple of issues that do affect my ward, and it's the abhorrent nature of it. The 10% charge on the residents at Henderson Road and Cliffdale Gardens. The council brought it in 2007. People campaigned against it, and in 2009 it was reversed, and all the money was given back. And I quote again, Lib Dem Cabinet Member Leo Madden, and this is one of the times that I can most agree with him with, and I wish he still had the same stance. I think the charge is socially and morally wrong, and it is unfair as well. That is very distinctive. It was unanimously voted to overturn it and give the money back. Is that what's going to happen in a few years' time again? One can't but hope so.
but it hits the very residents that live there in dramatic ways. I've been out speaking to people in the park, as I do often. A couple who are absolutely lovely up there. Husband has been very ill recently. They've been planning to move because they plan to move into McCarthy and Stone flat. The only asset they have is their caravan. When they sell the caravan, they were planning to buy McCarthy and Stone flat and move in there. They are too old to get a mortgage. They have no hope. He is ill. He cannot cope with the steps there. They are struggling with the bus up there. It's their only hope was to be able to get that flat sold, or the home sold, and get a flat they can move into. This has been dashed. Taking away 10%, it hits them. It hits them in a hard way, as it does other people. Another lady up there who is moving on, she's very scared. Will this affect her son when he inherits it? Will he have to pay the 10% charge when she dies? That is something that is fear to them. And the big thing is, the difference between scared when you're young and scared when you're old, when you're young, you've got hope things are going to get better. When you're old, you know it's going to get worse. And for these residents, they know it's going to get worse. Even if the money's given back in 3 years' time when they do a U-turn, they could be dead. They could have been denied moving out. They have not got many options here, and this is why it's abhorrent. And, to quote someone again, I think the charge is socially and morally wrong, and it is unfair as well. That is still the valid case. I'll move on to crossing patrols. We keep saying, oh, it's an empty position. So if we had empty positions across the top there, say, for example, our head of finance and our lawyer got a better offer to go and work in another city, which happens all the time, and we couldn't get anyone to come for the price we're paying you. You keep telling us we don't pay you enough, and I'll probably agree with that. If you were to leave, would we say, oh, well, no one will come and work for this price? I guess we'll just abolish the position. If people are not taking up the roles and are not applying for the jobs, is it because our pay is not good enough? Is it because our quality of the support for them is not good enough? There are a myriad of reasons. We don't just abolish a role. We don't say, oh, we can cope without a finance officer. It's been open for a couple of months, we'll leave it. We have 2 schools in our ward that will be affected by this. It's abysmal. These children and their parents will not have the support of a crossings officer to say, oh, we're just getting rid of an empty role. Well, most positions become empty when people either retire, move on, move to a different role. Is this going to be a repeated thing? So I think there as well, it's very disingenuous. Rather than improving the standards, improving the pay, and looking at ways we can get more people in, it's like, oh, we'll take this as a saving and snatch it away. Who cares about the safety of the children? So very rarely have I been so disgusted at our budget. The other stuff is back and forward, it's figures here and there, but the attack on the residents, particularly at Cliffdale Gardens I've spoken to, that is going to have horrific effects on their life. And I think anyone that's actually supporting that should hang their head in shame, because to actually screw up people, and if we had our houses sold and the council came to us and said, we'll take 10%, how many of us would be able to move up on the property market? How many of us would be able to cope? These are their homes they bought, their homes they've looked after, their homes they bought when they thought they were going to have the security of it. To suddenly come in later and say, oh, we're going to whack this tax on you because we can, I am truly disgusted with this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And members, we've now got 2 members left to speak, and that includes the leader who's going to sum up. So I'll call on.
I'm sorry, Lord Mayor, I've indicated to speak in addition to summing up, which is why I
Wow. Twice then you're going to have a chat. Wow. Councillor Brent, please. Ryan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I'll try and get back to the facts, I think, really. I do want to just start from a retort to Councillor Lee Hunt, and I think it's interesting that you mentioned central government so much, considering the likelihood of there ever being a Liberal Democrat central government is next to none. So it's just nice to know. Right, so let's go back all the way to the beginning, which seems like an eternity ago. I always like writing a few quotes down from Councillor Vernon Jackson. What is his budget? It is ambitious, strategic, financially prudent, and responds to local needs. It's sensible, apparently. And he also said this budget invests in making money. I'm thinking it should have said taking money. So let's have a little look. Let's be realistic. Where are the cuts? What is the Liberal Democrats' strategy, ambition, and assessment of local needs then? So there is a cut to school crossing patrols. I understand there are vacancies, but Does it feel right to cut the vacancies? No. There is a cut to cashiers' opening hours at the council. There's a cut to apprentices. There's a 26% increase to the Green Waste Club. There's a cut to sport initiatives. There's a cut to grounds maintenance, the headcount of actual staff. There's an increase in charges for disabled facility grants. There's a charge on commission which has been talked about by some of my colleagues on mobile home sales, which is completely abhorrent. There's an increase in parking charging. There's subsidies, so we are fully subsidising water quality signs, and we are not holding Southern Water to account and getting them to fund the signs themselves. There is a tokenistic greening the city fund of £30,000, which I'll talk about when I come to the Conservative amendment. There is a loss of £750,000 for no Spinnaker Tower advertising. So they are the facts. They are literally pulled from the budget. So what do I think residents would like after discussions that I've had? I think taxpayers want to keep as much of their money in their pocket as possible, especially in times where the cost of household bills are increasing. We should be proud, and I find this crazy, we should be proud to have a low council tax base. I think that is a good thing. And if it wasn't for the financial mismanagement of the Bransbury Park project, which I'll talk about with actual numbers, arguably we could have not needed to increase council tax for general purposes. So let me substantiate this. So the original Bransbury proposal was 10.4 million with a Sport England grant, or whatever we want to call it, of 2 million. So the leader of the council has said there was a 21.5% building materials inflation, which would have put it up to, I don't know, let's say 12 million, so 12.75 million. So, but the total capital bid is 16 million, with 1.7 million additional borrowing. So actually the difference that we've got here is just over, so £3,291,400. What could that have bought us in this budget? So let's just put that into a frame of reference. 1% of council tax increase is £872,000. So almost 4%, so 2% each year. There was no necessary need to increase council tax for general purposes. The Liberal Democrat administration has moved £3 million of revenue to capital, the ongoing daily costs, to potentially and arguably fund the Bransbury shortfall or the lack of actual costed development plans. So let's just think, so £3 million could have had a council tax, no increase for general purposes, and that was not done. So rather than taking money away from services to give to the administration's projects, this could have also ensured there was no saving this coming financial year. So not only have we moved £3 million into the Bransbury project, we've actually also made £1 million worth of cuts. So, and as Councillor Atkins has already stated, the reason we have a balanced budget, or one of the reasons, is arguably due to the central government, the Conservative central government, funding the local authority. A couple of things which I couldn't let ride. So, Gerald Vernon-Jackson, Conservative misrule. I think it is so bad to bring up children's social care and adult social care in any of the budget speeches. And actually, our move in children's social care when I was the cabinet member to restorative practice was something that you are continuing to now do. So it's something that we implemented that you are continuing to do. So I think it was unfair, and I understand your politics, Gerald, but the Conservatives did not misrule. Councillor Hunt, oh my God, there's too much to say really. Under Conservative council, taxpayers would have to pay more. I've just proved on the numbers that you wouldn't have to. So I don't know. So what are we actually doing? What's in the Conservative? Let's talk about these bits of paper we're actually voting on. So we are investing in apprentices, in young people. We are looking at CCTV. We're investing in the school patrol crossing wardens because actually we care about the safety of residents in the city. There is so much more I can say, but lots has already been said. Councillor Hugh Mason, I think one of the most rational members of the administration. Disappointing to see what's happened with the Labour administration, and also interesting to see that Councillor Ben Dowling was said the bring your own device was really important. It's got to stay in. And then Councillor Hugh Mason, part of the cabinet of the administration, has said, well, we're going to take it out. So it's interesting to hear the disagreements within the Liberal Democrat administration. Did it? We don't throw away our principles. Oh my God, so I have to disagree with that. So what are we willing to throw away? So let's go from this Labour amendment, which actually had some admirable goals in it. So you were willing to throw away the Cosham Land Assembly. So do we care about the Cosham residents, or are we just willing to throw them under the bus? I'll be 2 seconds, Lord Mayor. And the living wage, we're willing to throw it away, just to act as adults, shall we say, just to get something through with half of your ideas. Disgraceful.
Thank you. Councillor Fazakerley, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think this needs to be said. I propose that we move to the vote. Thank you.
Well, before you go, there's one member who's going to speak twice.
And that's it.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
No, I don't think we may wish to speak. So my Lord Mayor, thank you, and I've been interesting to watch you call other people in front of me, as I've indicated. So I'm sorry that I may have to speak twice, but of course the debate is still open, and other people may indicate that they wish to speak as well. So this is not a summing up speech. This is. So I want to address the amendment, and what I want to do, and I tried earlier to do a point of order. Was to try to stand to say that I think Councillor Hugh Mason and Councillor Graham Heaney have been unfairly pilloried for the way this debate has happened. The rules about how debates happen during budgets are really clear. We know that we can do budget amendments throughout a budget speech. It's happened because it's happened over the years, time and again. But the rules say somebody who's spoken once can't introduce another amendment and things like that. So yesterday evening, when Councillor Corkery phoned me to talk about doing a joint amendment and whether we could find a route through, we had some discussions yesterday evening, and then things followed in this morning as well. So what was clear was that I couldn't and Cal couldn't move an amendment because we already had spoken. So we had to ask people who had not spoken whether they would do so. So Councillor Heaney and Councillor Masons are entirely blameless for any of this. If anybody's going to have a hard time, it is to be me and Cal, because we did the discussions, and I think it's really important that people fess up and say what happened. Because when we talked last night,
Lord Mayor, point of order 39B, misrepresentation. Councillor Vernon Jackson, when this actually came to the floor, I actually went and asked an officer when this had been cooked up, and his exact words were last week. So for you to say that is disingenuous to this chamber.
Well, it's entirely untrue. I don't know who said
Members, I'm just going to ask the leader, when was it first muted?
So I've had several meetings. So I've had several meetings with the Labour Party, but the first suggestion of a joint amendment was last night. Last night. Of course, yeah.
Debate. I asked when this was cooked up, and the response I got was last week. So there's two. I mean, you're shaking your head, Susie. There's two things at play here. The officers have either cooked it up and given it to you, which could happen, and then you discuss the amendment. Which one is it?
It's not a cross-examination. You're not allowed to. Scott, let's hear the explanation.
So as I keep saying, yeah, I absolutely think it's a fair question, but it's also a fair answer to say the first discussion about an amendment between the Labour group and the Lib Dem group was last night. No proposal was put forward before then. So I'm sorry if you've been told other things, but that's not so. I think it's entirely possible
that officers who know things, because we don't know what anybody else is doing in anybody's amendment, officers may have looked and thought actually there might be something where, knowing there's a minority administration, there could be some areas of agreement. And that might have been. But the discussion between Cal and myself was last night. So I think it's really important to make sure that Councillor Heaney and Councillor Mason's immaculate reputations should in no way be sullied by the grubby nature of politics that some of us have to do. But I make no apology, I make absolutely no apology for trying to work with other people to get a sensible budget for this city. I think you have to realise in places where there's no majority that if you are able to work with people, and I'd much prefer to work much earlier with people, as I said in my speech, because I think you come up with better solutions if there's more time to think about them. But I absolutely think that people should work together. So I am very clear on that. My Lord Mayor, I think there's one other thing that I think is really important for members to know. My understanding is, having talked to Tom Southall, that the proposal around Cosham, the 1.6 million potentially being moved out of the Land Assembly, will have consequences. The reason for that money is to allow the fire station to move to PCMI, which we own, and a new fire station to be built, which would also house a police presence in Cosham. If we take this out of the budget now, that disappears. Now we know the police won't then have any police presence in Cosham. The fire service have been very clear that the current station does not meet their needs. They want to go to PSMI, but that would then no longer be possible. And I don't know whether they would retain Cosham Fire Station or not, or whether they would move somewhere else. I think it's one of the reasons why I think it is so important that we have people to have the ability to scrutinise things in advance. And we could have had Tom Southall here. When we phoned him, he thought they'd already exchanged contracts. It's that close. Now, if colleagues don't want a new fire station in Cosham, they don't want a police presence in Cosham, then that's fine, and that's what people will support. Personally, and it's not we keep being told off for not investing in the north of the city. We're trying to make sure that this once in a generation opportunity happens, because if this money goes, then the land will be sold for housing. No doubt, as we all know, what the developer will say, oh, I can't possibly afford to do any social housing because I paid too much for the site. So, my Lord Mayor, I think it is a really crucial decision, and it's one I personally think there is a better option for people in Cosham for the next 30, 40 years to have decent facilities. So, my Lord Mayor, those are the 2 points I wanted to make on that, and I hope those are of use to members in the chamber.
Members, thank you, Leader. I call upon you now to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I want to address some of the points that have been raised that I think are useful and important. The first is, I think I want to put on record my thanks to the Conservative group. I was highly critical of the budget that came forward last year because I thought it was fundamentally dishonest. I don't agree with the Conservative amendment, but I have to say, in comparison with what came forward last year, it is significantly better, and there is significant areas of common ground, and I wish you had come and talked with us, because there are things we've maybe been able to do, but I think it is right that I put on record where I think things have happened better. I think things have been said here that are wrong. It is clear that in the bid for St James's, the NHS property company have made a complete and absolute mess. We know that they're a disaster. We've got Lakeside dentists, Lake Road dentists, desperate to be able to do more dental work. They've got an empty room there. It's been empty for years. And will the NHS property company let it to them? No, of course they won't, because they prefer having things empty. So the NHS property company, if they'd had any sense, would have gone for our bid, because they have now chosen to lose masses of money. And what our off-bid was, it saved protected trees. It gave the NHS, not a guarantee, but up to £5 million of profit from the documents that have been released, so everybody knows. Also, it would have done 51 social housing units. And the developer that's come forward so far has promised us 0. So clearly a better offer. Judith talked about the climate advisor. We're now on our second climate advisor. Because they've been so successful, when one moved on to do, I think, coming to work in TNT, we've got another one. Really successful work. But we've had to find long-term funding for it because it's so important. And that's what we wanted to do. Place for swimming pool. But Judy, I'm sorry. We don't own the Pompey Centre. We can't just go to the Pompey Centre and say, we're going to have a pool there, it's your land, but tough, we're building something on it. We don't live in that area. We have to work with the land that we've got. We're really lucky as a council in that we're a big landowner. It gives us real options to do things. But we are not in the socialist world where we can go and nationalise land without compensation just because we quite like to do something somewhere. It doesn't work like that, even though I think Cal would quite like it. With the real living wage, my worry with the proposal is giving something to people for 1 year. I think we have both the Labour Party and the Lib Dems have rightly criticised this government for giving people an uplift in universal credit and then taking it away. What this suggestion does is exactly what Boris Johnson has done. To offer people an uplift for 1 year and then take it away. And then even worse in terms of the outcomes of this, I read what Andy Biddle says in his notes. The majority of social care is provided through independent sector and the City Council cannot oblige providers to pass on any increase. So this relies on the City Council giving money to private companies and hoping they'll pass it on. Now, you may have an optimistic view about business owners, that they are all pleasant, philanthropic people who will pass on all the money and not want to keep any of it for themselves. I'm not sure that every business owner in this city is as philanthropic as that and won't let any of it stay in their bank accounts for their business. So I think there is a significant risk that we will just be handing hundreds of thousands of pounds to rich owners for them to keep, because there's nothing here that guarantees that it goes to the people we're all trying to get the money to. So, my Lord Mayor, I applaud the sentiment. I just don't think it's practical, and I think the risk in terms of the loss of a once-in-a-generation chance for a new fire station and a new police presence or police station in Cosham is too great, and I would urge that we don't go down that route, because I think it is dangerous. Now, there's no votes for me to be got in Cosham. Let's be absolutely blunt. Let's be absolutely frank about this. So actually, if you choose to kill those chances for people in Cosham, it's not going to make any difference to me politically. I just think we should be doing the right things for the people in Cosham and offering them something for the long term. So I would urge Labour colleagues to, You have made your position really clear in terms of the real living wage. I would be disappointed if, to achieve that, we risked public services to people in the north of the city. So, my Lord Mayor, I think there are things that we can learn from this meeting. I think there absolutely are. And I think there are ways, as I suggested in my speech, right at the beginning of this, that we need to review how we do budgets in this city. Because I think other places probably do it much better. So Chris Ward is Director of Finance on the Isle of Wight. All amendments have to be published several working days before the meeting. And after that, no new amendments can appear. Now that's what was offered by Chris to us as group leaders. That was the offer that the Conservatives turned down. Now I hope that after this we'll be able to go and think about how we do things in terms of running budget meetings, because these are hugely important decisions that are going to make difference to people's lives for years and years to come. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to commend the budget. I think it's been a really interesting debate. I want to put on record my thanks to people, councillors here, who have chosen to talk and to interact to try to get a budget that we can work together on and is better. So, colleagues from the Labour Group, from PPP, and to Councillor George Madgwick, my thanks. The offer was open to everybody. I wish other people had come forward and talked the same. Madam, there are lots of things upon which we agree. Looking through the amendments, everybody has agreed between all the parties about the level of the council tax. Nobody has come up with a proposal for a lower council tax. Masses of this has been agreed. 99% of this budget is agreed cross-party. We are just arguing over the bits on the edge, the margins, the maybe 1-2%. But it's important to get that right as well. But I think we need to recognise that actually between all the groups, every single councillor here, we've agreed on 98% of this. Because that may not be the image that has come out to people in the city, the 3 people who are watching this online. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to move the budget, and I'm very happy to assume the amendment on green paper proposed by Councillor Graham Heaney and Councillor Hugh Mason, and to put that into part of the overall budget. So there's one less vote. And my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to move it, because I think it may not be a perfect budget, but I think it is a good budget. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The amendments to the budget, council tax and capital programme will now be put to the vote, starting with the Conservative Group amendment using the recorded voting method as required by the regulations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As reverting to the normal practice for recorded votes, if I could start by saying all those in favour of the Conservative amendment, could they stand up and sit down when their name is called, please? Okay. So, Lord Mayor, first of all. Okay. So we've got Councillor Madgwick. Sorry, Councillor Stubbs. Councillor Atkins, Councillor John Smith, Councillor Symes, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Terry Norton, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Simon Bosher, Councillor Scott Pater Harris, Councillor Hannah Brent, Councillor Weems, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Joe Hooper, Councillor Gemma New, Councillor Gosling, Councillor Swan. Okay, I think that's all. So all those against the Conservative amendment, can they please stand and sit when their name is called? Councillor Coles, Councillor Mellor, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Corkery, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Stuart Brown, Councillor Holder, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Udi, and Councillor Jeanette Smith, Councillor Madden, Councillor Vazacali, Councillor Barrett, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Horton, and Councillor Vernon Jackson. I don't think there are any abstentions. Okay, so we're just going to give you the figures, Lord Mayor.
Members, the voting was 18 for, 24 against. That motion is lost. I will now deal with the Labour Group Council Tax and Budget and Capital Programme amendment, again by recorded vote. Please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So all those in favour of the Labour Group amendment, please can they stand and sit when the name is called? Councillor Coles, Councillor Mellor, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Corkery, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Norton, Councillor Atkins. I think that's all. So those against the Labour Group amendment, please stand and sit when the name is called. Okay. Councillor Sanders, Councillor Horton, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Symes, Councillor Madden, Councillor Vazacali, Councillor Barrett, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Stuart Brown, Councillor Holder, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Udi, Councillor Jeanette Smith, Councillor Madgwick, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Scott Pater Harris, Councillor Swan, Councillor Gosling. Any abstentions, please? Okay, so starting with the Lord Mayor. Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Ian Holder. Sorry, it's not right, is it? Sorry, no, sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor John Smith. Sorry, Councillor Hannah Brent, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hooper, and Councillor Gemini. Okay, Lord Mayor, bear with me.
Members for 9, against 24, abstentions 9. That is lost.
Okay. We've got one more vote, and that's on the Cabinet recommendations, including Councillor Heaney's amendment to make it substantive.
Members, we will now vote on the Cabinet recommendations on the budget and council tax. This includes the substantive and the absorbed, and we will do the same again, recorded votes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to add to that, obviously it's the Cabinet recommendations with the subsumed amendment from Councillor Heaney. Okay. Will those in favour please stand and sit where the name is called? Councillor Coles, Councillor Mellor, Councillor Gerarda, Councillor Heaney, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Corkery, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Atwell, Councillor Brown, Councillor Holder, Councillor Hunt, Councillor Udy, Councillor Jeanette Smith, Councillor Madgwick, Councillor Madden, Councillor Vazacali, Councillor Barrett, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Horton, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Okay. Could I have all those that are against please stand up and sit when your name is called? Okay. Councillor John Smith, Councillor Atkins, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Lee Mason, Councillor Norton, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Bosher, Councillor Hannah Brent, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hooper and Councillor Swan. And please, if you're wishing to abstain, can you stand up and sit when your name is called? Okay, starting with the Lord Mayor. Okay, Councillor Symes, Councillor Scott Peter Harris, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Gosling and Councillor Gemma New. I think that's it, Lord Mayor, so if you bear with us.
Members, the final vote on the budget as follows: for 25, against 11, abstentions 6. The budget has passed. That concludes the debate on the budget and council tax and capital programme item. I'll just have a show of hands. Does anyone want a quick...
Lord Mayor, I think after we've had this, I was going to propose that I defer the notice of motion. I think we've had a long evening and put it on to the next agenda, if members would be content with that.
Is this both notices of
motion?
motion?
Well, no, I cannot speak for members of my group who may have done their own notice of motion, my Lord Mayor. But in terms of the first one, as the proposer, I feel I can speak.
Is that with the second one as well? Do you want to?
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Yeah, no, I'm happy to move to next month if that's better for people. I think we're all tired. I would like to see my husband on his birthday today as well. So, thank you, and my children.
We'll need fresh notes to those, Lord Mayor.
So what does that mean?
Well, we're left still with the planning performance management item.
Which is where?
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
We'll have a 10-minute comfort break to discuss the planning performance. Members, can you take your seats, please? Then we get on.
Before you start, if you switch off, I want to tell you what's happened.
What's
They've
that?
decided that in a minute, the planning one, they're not going to do the planning.
Members, I believe there's been a change of plans while I've been out of the room. Thank you. Recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 8th of February on planning performance management services. I understand that this item may be rolled forward in its entirety to the March full council meeting. Is it formally proposed and seconded that this item be carried forward to the 15th of March council meeting or dealt with in its entirety at today's meeting? Those in favour?
Of March.
Of moving it to 15th of March.
Sorry, is everyone clear what we're saying? That's all right then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, could I have a show of hands? Sorry, Lord Mayor. Just to be clear, this is moving the item to the March meeting. Sorry, could I have it? Because just a show of hands would be helpful. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. $29, Lord Mayor. Any against?
Well, in my book, that's a majority. Councillor Madden, did you want to say something? Your face lit up on my screen.
Lord Mayor, I hadn't a clue what anybody was voting on, so, but I have to say it's not the first time.
Thank you.
Tell everyone that's going to March then. Yeah.
That's agreed, it's going to March. Where am I going now then?
The top of page 22. Yeah. Who was this? We're no, straight onto that.
Item 10, notices of motion. We have 2 notices of motions before us today. As you are aware, all notices of motions on the agenda will automatically be dealt with at this meeting. A is motion A, elections bill, proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor, I know it's meant to be not controversial, but I would be grateful to, having talked to a variety of people around the chamber, to defer this to next time.
So you're not moving it?
So you're not going to move it today?
Here on the agenda next month.
Thank you. Where's the second one?
There we go. Middle of page 24, Lord Mayor.
Members, moving on to motion B, is this motion concerning nature emergency proposed by Councillor Barrett and seconded by Councillor Ashmore.
After talking with Councillor Ashmore, we said we're quite happy, as if it's not controversial, like people said, to do it today and get it through so we can start getting on with work on it.
Needs to propose it for me.
I call upon the proposer, Councillor Barrett, to present and speak to a motion.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. I really appreciate that we're all tired and want to go home, so I'm hoping that we can come to the same consensus and pass this through, that so we, like I've said, we can just get on with the work and start doing what we need to do around this. How would you all feel if I told you that 1 in 7 of our plants and animals in the UK face extinction and that 40% of them are in decline? How would you also feel if you were told that we had already lost 95% of our hedgehogs and that since 1970 there has been a 68% decrease in population sizes of mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles and fish? These shocking figures were announced last June by the House of Commons Environmental Audit Committee and released in their report Biodiversity in the UK, Bloom or Bust. Therefore, motions like this one are coming forward across many UK councils. Whilst we have already acknowledged in 2019 that we are facing a climate emergency and we are doing a lot of work to hit our 2030 net zero target, we're also now facing a nature and ecological emergency and need to recognise that as well. As mentioned in the motion itself, the nature crisis and the climate emergency are intrinsically linked, and that the impacts of the climate crisis drive nature's decline, while restoring nature can actually help to tackle the climate crisis. Therefore, both issues go hand in hand with each other, and it is vitally important that we recognise both dilemmas and take positive steps forward to protect our natural environment. I wanted to make sure that if I brought this motion to you today alongside Councillor Ashmore, that I would make sure it would be viable and achievable for us as a city. It's all well and good to make bold gestures in this chamber, however honourable they are, but it's not a place any of us want to be if it is not possible to hit the targets set out from the very beginning. Therefore, I'm extremely thankful to Andy Ames from the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust and David Allwright, their policy advisor, who kindly gave up their own time to brief myself, Councillor Ashmore and council officers. They walked us through this all and offered us advice. I'm so pleased to say that the officers who came to the meeting had a look over it all and believe that we're already well on track towards the 30% target to protect our land for nature by 2030. They are confident that if we carry on down the path we're already on and continue adding to it, we will be in a great position as a city by 2030 and much more advanced than other cities across the UK. By asking Cabinet to develop a robust and evidence-based strategy and action plan, it would give the Council clear direction to aim for in regards to the goals set out in this motion. There will need to be a proper implementation plan with targets and goals we need to meet to try to combat and improve the issues that we are facing, and we would need to commit to our own strategy and also look to follow the LNRS set out by DEFRA. We'd also need to make sure that we measure any net gains in biodiversity or greening across the city. Therefore, the greening strategy is very important to us as a council. It's always been a clear ambition to increase the amount of tree canopy cover, green infrastructure and planting opportunities to improve the urban environment that we live in. We've obtained, as I said before, funding from the Trees for Cities to plant large amounts of trees. We are going to update the Cities Tree Charter, as well as looking to develop an interactive online asset map where we can map current and new green infrastructure across the city. All good steps forward to record our natural green assets and therefore identifying areas that suffer from lack of green space to then see what can be done. I'm so pleased that we are moving forward with projects such as the Buckland Environmental Greening Master Plan, which has involved lots of planting. It's also involved some de-paving, something that I've always wanted to have happen, to allow areas of grey to turn into areas of green, with all the benefits it then brings. The News of the City Centre North project will see a huge net increase of green space with the hope to become the most sustainable district in the UK, as well as other projects such as green travel corridors, green walls and the city's first bioretention facility. We have also recently planted over 4,000 whips in Paulsgrove and are already identifying further sites across the city. I think we can all acknowledge that a mix of economic development, industrialisation and land use change has led to the decline in biodiversity and nature that we do see today. The Countryside Charity have mentioned in one of their reports around land use change that natural ecosystems suck up to 60% of our carbon emissions, and nature-based solutions like planting trees, nurturing soils and restoring ecosystems can provide over a third of the climate solutions needed until 2030, with huge benefits for biodiversity. Therefore, it is vitally important that we introduce as many new green spaces as possible, protect those that already exist and look to extend them wherever possible. We have some amazing community groups across the city. This motion gives us even more of an opportunity to work with them. Wilder Portsmouth and the Portsmouth Climate Action Board, Friends of the Earth, they're all doing amazing work to green up all sorts of parts of the city. And as I've mentioned before, I know of several schools that have taken part in Green Crown funding opportunities or have taken the initiative to turn their spaces into places they can enjoy. Education is always going to be key, and I'm pleased to say that I have started working with these schools. It's also important to mention the work that a number of you have been doing in regards to the traffic environment and community safety panel. You've taken months to talk to so many different people, listen to officers, councillors, residents and organisations, and all the evidence you have obtained will help to strengthen future policies for us all in this council, and it will help with the strategies this motion is looking to bring forward. So I want to thank every single one of you on that panel and everyone who's come forward to talk through their experiences. If we accept this motion and move to set targets and bring nature to the forefront of decisions made across this council, we will be one of the first city councils in Hampshire to do so, alongside Basingstoke, even beating Southampton. I truly hope that everyone in this room believes that more greenery, more biodiversity and protecting habitats across this city is a must. Therefore, if you agree with this motion today, you will all be taking a bold step forward towards protecting our wildlife, greening our city, increasing biodiversity and committing to embed nature's recovery in all plans across the council. It's something that we can all do, and it's something that we should be doing. Thank you so much, everybody.
Is this motion seconded by Councillor Ashmore?
It wholeheartedly is, Lord Mayor.
As there are no amendments, the matter is now before Council to debate, and I have Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It isn't a contentious notice of motion, Councillor Barrett, and I think it's one of those things where, well, just having had the budget debate we've had, it's a politics aside one, because I think it benefits all aspects of our community, political views or whatever. I have a couple of comments, if I can, and you sort of addressed one of them in your speech, and that is the education aspect of it, because it doesn't really talk about the education involving with schools in this particular respect. And I'm sort of looking at Councillor Horton, who I think is probably on board, in the fact that I'd like to see something in this. I'm not proposing an amendment, because I don't think that would achieve anything, but more of an undertaking perhaps from Councillor Horton, that there is something that is done very proactively. I think it's fair to say with our young people that they are very engaged in this anyway, and they probably don't necessarily need 42 stuffy councillors, for want of a better expression, telling them what it's all about. But I do think that we need to look at it from a point of view of how we can actually bring this education into the classroom as much as anything, so that there is a great thing. Certainly one of the schools that I've got in my ward, Solent Infant School, the school is about 22, 23 years old now. But one of the first things that was developed when the building was actually built from scratch was a nature area, which is essentially a pond and a wilding area in that respect. And it is certainly very popular with what are infant school children who like to engage in that sort of thing. If I take it down to my level, I know what my kids got up to during the pandemic, because I went from no grandchildren to 4 in a quite short space of time. But I've actually got 2 young grandsons, and certainly with one of them who actually lives with me, he's 2. He is a garden freak of the first order, and whenever I'm out there doing a little bit of digging, he is more than happy to pick up worms, no fear of anything like that, and engage in it. And certainly going through this coming summertime, there's going to be an element called Harry's Garden in my back garden, so that he can engage with that and grow his own vegetables and other bits and pieces and engage with nature. And I think I'm probably not alone. I think there's an awful lot of parents that, if they have that opportunity, actually get engaged with that. There are 2 other things that perhaps aren't reflected here that perhaps need to be. There's no timeline here, and I think we need an undertaking from the Cabinet that, with the best in the world, and I'm not planning to have create a pun here, that this isn't kicked into the long grass, so to speak. I think there needs to be something that comes back quickly. I mean, we normally suggest with these sorts of things, if it comes back to full council, it's within 3 months. This sort of thing might take a little bit longer than that, but it would be nice if something could come back within 3 meetings that at least gives council an update of where this is going. Otherwise, it will essentially be buried within the Cabinet, and I think this is something that, again, all 42 of us should have an engagement with, and actually perhaps it should go beyond Cabinet, because I don't think the Cabinet has the exclusivity on good ideas. I think you will find that there are good ideas on this throughout this entire chamber and beyond. So I think there needs to be, if there isn't a timeline on this, there needs to be something that comes back to full council within 3 meetings. I think it usually is. Is he looking? Yeah, Mr. Agland is nodding. So at least we get an update on the progress of this. The other thing is, and I'm looking at the leader of the City Council now, because one of the issues that we've had, certainly as part of the local plan, is the Super Peninsula development. And Hampshire and Isle of Wight Trust, like a lot in this chamber, are not supportive of those principles around that. And again, I'm looking to you, Leader, in so much that I brought it up in my budget speech. If you are supportive of this, and clearly I see an open door, you really need to kill off the Super Peninsula development and look at alternatives that are going to protect the wildlife in that neck of the woods. I know it creates a bit of angst because you've got to get the local plan through full council, but you cannot sit there as leader of the council and say that what Councillor Barrett is bringing forward is a wonderful idea and yet still have the Super Peninsula on the table. This is your opportunity to actually take the Super Peninsula off the table, kill it, so that we can be supportive of the things that Councillor Barrett wants to do going forward. So that is my challenge to you, Leader. If you support your Cabinet member, which you should do, support her. But you can't have it both ways.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Charlotte Gerrard, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councillor Ashmore and Councillor Barrett for bringing this motion. It's excellent and I wholeheartedly agree with it and support it, so thank you so much for bringing it here. I do agree with Councillor Bosch and the point that he just made about being cross-party. It would be brilliant, if possible, if the ideas from across the city and across parties could be included in that, because actually we do have lots of ideas and experiences to bring. And what I have found with TEX, because we've been taking forward the motion around how to enhance biodiversity, with that being a scrutiny panel that's been really collaborative and open, and we've had lots of brilliant ideas and it's worked really, really well. So if possible, if it could have some kind of process like that where everybody has an opportunity to feed in, that would be brilliant. And just my only sort of request or question really is how it will fit into the greening strategy, which is obviously going to be reviewed. And obviously with that, we want to wait to include some of the recommendations from TEX after all the sort of months of hearing evidence, as you've rightly pointed out. Thank you for that. It'd be great to just see how it all kind of fits in together, because I think the more sort of coherent strategy we have, obviously where there is overlap on biodiversity, the nature crisis, and also around the climate crisis, it would just be good to have one sort of central point, I guess, across the whole council. So yeah, just a thought on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'm afraid Councillor Bosch can't have it both ways either. I fully support this motion, of course I do. I go back to my childhood when you used to be able to go down the road and you catch newts and find newts and all sorts of other things. Kids nowadays can't do that sort of thing. But if Councillor Bosch is talking about the land reclamation, because he's never very clear about what it is he's actually talking about, it's always, smoke and mirrors really. he's never clear about what he's talking about when he's referring to the super peninsula. I mean, maybe it's my fault because I have an idea in my head about what the super peninsula is, and that is the city deal plus the land reclamation. I have already voted in Cabinet against the super peninsula, and everybody knows that. But other members are obfuscating all the time over this for political gain. Now, it is quite clear, when I say can't have it both ways, it's been accepted across the council, I think, that we're probably going to end up with the city deal, which is around 2,500 homes. So don't pretend to members of the public that Tipner West is going to be left alone. And we're going to somehow have this lovely salt marsh or open land water. If that's what you're doing, then you're leading them up the garden path and trying to have it both ways. It is not. There's going to be something like 2,500 homes on that land. So all the animal species that you're talking about, you know, which with the animal surveys have been done and all that work is underway and so on, it hopefully will be better protected. So I just have to have an understanding from Councillor Bosher what it is he wants there, because he just is not clear. 1 minute we're told, I've heard it, Councillor Peter Harris, where's he gone? Right at the beginning of this said there should be nothing on there. He went on the Stamshire and Tipner Action Facebook page and said, I agree with you, there should be no homes there at all. And, well, you did. I know you're going to deny it, but you did. And I have
Sorry, Councillor Hunt, point of order from Councillor Peter Harris.
I think Councillor Hunt's probably, he's probably got it, I don't think you've got it wrong, Councillor Hunt. I think you've just misinterpreted me for somebody else. I actually said that I don't believe in the land reclamation. Thank you.
And if I've got it wrong, I'm extremely sorry.
Councillor Hunt, carry on.
Sorry?
Carry on.
Yeah, if I've got it wrong, I'm really sorry, but I certainly remember seeing that. And you can't have it both ways. You can't pretend before these elections that you're going to make the whole place green, because that's not true. And you're leading people up the garden path. It's going. The city deal saw two, which Donna Jones signed up to, which the whole council signed up to, was 2,347 homes, plus the 1,800 maritime jobs and all that sort of thing. So don't muck people about. Stop obfuscating and be honest about what is going to go on to Tipner. West, rather.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Gemini, please.
I welcome this motion, and I thank Councillor Barrett and Councillor Ashmore for bringing this. I've actually started working on some green space in Paulsgrove. Creednell Park has currently, in the last couple of weeks, had 10 trees planted. We've also got a couple of wild meadow beds being put in nice fancy shapes on the green hill humps there. I would like to ask Councillor Barrett and Horton if they would work with me across all 4 schools, and 3 of those have nurseries, on this issue. My own daughter, 4-year-old, also attends one of those nurseries, and that school also has a fish pond, etc. on it. Maybe we can get together, do some cross-party work on these across all 4 schools in Paulsgrove and the nurseries. Let's get real little involved. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor New. Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to reply to the various comments, then yes, absolutely. I sort of touched on this in my earlier speech. What I was trying to say is I think over the last few years, there's almost like a reverse tipping point. There's a lot of things happening around green, around the environment, and actually we know that schools are doing a lot of things. I have to say that schools obviously are autonomous. We don't run schools in the way that we did. However, referring back to what I said about Portsmouth Education Partnership, it's a really good mechanism for actually getting messages out and engaging with schools. So absolutely yes. The only other point I'd make, and this slightly relates to what Councillor Bosher was saying, is I completely agree with you. There's something about nature that all ages of children really engage in, and whilst it is really important to look at nurseries and schools, one of the other things that I've been considering and talking about on a strategic level is what do young people do when they're out and about, not in school. And there's a lot of provision for sport, there's a lot of provision for other things, but in actual fact I think there's some really good opportunities for us to do some youth work around for older children engaging in nature, because the skills that they could gain from that could actually help them in their future careers. So yes. No, I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was just adding.
Thank you, Councillor Horting. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Barrett, please, to sum up, then a vote will be taken.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just want to thank you all for such a positive conversation. This is what I'm all about. I want these kind of things is what we want to be working on together as a city. I fully take on board what you've said, Councillor Bosher, and a timeline I think is what we actually do need. This was quite a basic motion so we could get it forward and discuss it a bit more. I fully agree with what you're saying. I'm personally more than happy to have it come back within the 3-month period. I think it's really important. It's something that we all carry on talking about. As you said, it's something that we've all got an interest in. It's something that the kids are very much interested in. I completely understand where Councillor Horton's coming from as well. It's not just nurseries, it's not just primary schools. We're talking about secondary schools, and I'm hoping, I'm seeing at some point over the next few weeks, hopefully someone from Highbury College, because they have a gardening course there. They often, or till recently, until pre-COVID, they were coming down to Beddoe Library and doing a lot of work in the gardens there as part of their course. So I think we've got a real opportunity to be able to work across a huge age range, but as you said as well, it is something that is not just for children. This is something that we can all fully get involved in. My grandmother, she's 80, and she will still go out into the garden. That's her thing. To relax, she will go out and she will dig, she will sow, she will go into her greenhouse. It's something that is really important to a lot of people. So I want to thank everybody for putting forward their opinions. I'm more than happy to work cross-party, and what you said, Councillor New, is really exciting for me. I've already had feedback from 4 schools in the south part of the city, 1 in the north on top of that as well. The more that we can get everybody involved, the better. And as I found working with my opposition spokespeople, we all work really well together. We all have different ideas, and do you know what? By listening to each other, we feed off of each other, and that can only be a good step forward. So I'm more than happy to sit down and talk to you and see how we can develop that forward. Just to add in regards to education as well, and I will thank Andy again, he's been vitally important. He's been going into a number of schools and trying to find ways to help them. My son's school, both of them, they're at Meon Infant and Meon Junior. They have been fantastic, fully involved. Unfortunately, especially with Moorings at Meon Junior, they just don't have any green space at all. They've only got the section around the outside of the school. They're planting little whips at the moment, but then we're also now working with them on a number of initiatives that we can take forward with them, help them with funding. The Thinking Schools Academy have been very involved as well, and where I've been working with Meon Junior and Meon Infant, there's now the chance to go and speak to other schools that they're involved in as well across the city. It's just really good steps forward. Fully willing to take on board everything everybody said, also have chats across parties. I think that we really need to look at what we can do, work together on this, because it's only going to be a benefit to all of us at the end of the day, and to our kids, their kids. We've got to do what we can. We're in a densely populated city, as I said, an urban environment as well, a lot of grey. Let's make it greener, and let's make it it all goes hand in hand with public health, and also just aesthetically it's always more pleasing. I increased the amount of time I would go out during lockdown into our local parks, onto the common, and it always made me feel better mental health wise as well. So I think all these things, they go hand in hand, and I'm just really pleased to have the support of everybody, and let's get on with the work and start pushing forward what we can and trying to make a big difference to our residents across the city. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Barrett. Members, we now go to the votes.
Those in favour? Those in favour?
Those in favour, please show.
Any against, Lord Mayor?
Any against? Unanimous. That's carried. Item 10, questions from members under Standing Order 17. There is just one question under Standing Order 17 that has been previously circulated to you. As you know, there is a total of 45 minutes allocated within Standing Orders to deal with this question. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question, and that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Question 1, Councillor Madrick.
Thank you. I'll try and make this last 45 minutes. Question in my name. Thank you.
No.
Anybody else? Thank you. Sport. Councillor Atkins.
I just wanted to ask the Cabinet member that given how closely your administration is working with Councillor Madrick and how closely you have worked over the course of the last election, do you think that it is him that has sold his soul, or is it you?
That hasn't arisen out of the answer, Lord Mayor.
That concludes the formal council meeting. In 5 minutes' time, we will return for the private session for the selection of the Lord Mayor. Okay, we won't return. We'll stay where we are and make sure that anybody that shouldn't be here is not here. So all those that shouldn't be here, will they please leave now?
We'll switch off the web.
The webcast is going to be switched off as well.